What's up, everybody? It's me, Jum Jumington, former CEO of Jumington Dynamics, broadcasting live from the Jumington Dynamics Hazard Material Storage Facility Center in the world. What's going on, everybody? How's it going? It is Wednesday, my dudes. What's up, Silas? What's up, Judd? What's up, Deku? What's up, Flash? How's it going, everybody? Hope everyone's having a fine week. It is hot. It's blazes out here today. It's really sweating. It was a rough walk with Arthur, just from the heat. It was a little bit warmer than I like it to be. The humidity, yeah, it's pretty humid too. It was a nice walk though. It was a nice walk, except for the part where Arthur got distracted by somebody jogging by and wasn't watching where he was going and walked face first into a fire hydrant. And then he was either frightened by walking into the fire hydrant or thought he could catch the running man and just started like trying to book it. He calmed down. He calmed down quickly. He's dumb. He's a bit dumb. He's dog smart. It's like most of the dogs I've had. They're incredibly clever when it comes to things you don't want them to do. But then they can't figure out like which door goes where, or that they're on a leash or other such things. 2-year-olds and puppies seem to have a lot in common. Yeah, I've always said puppies are just like little babies that just never grow up, right? They'll never surpass what you get from human children. They'll never gain the ability to speak and accurately communicate to you their needs and wants. So like when you have like a small child, like, oh, the child's crying. What is it? What do they want? Like that can be difficult, but eventually they'll get to a point where they can say, I'm hungry, I'm bored, etc. Dogs aren't like that. Dogs are just like, whine. Like, what is it? What are you whining for? What do you want? Do you want to go outside? Do you want a cookie? Do you want me to play with you? What's the matter? Dog doesn't know. Just watch all the directs. I did not watch the directs directly. I mostly just because usually like a lot of them I was streaming while it was going on. What's up, Jeremy? Welcome in. Dog body language. He just sits and stares at me and cries. So he doesn't like. I've had other dogs that were like they want to go outside. They go to the door. They want a treat. They go where the treats are. Right. They go where the thing is that they want. Arthur doesn't do that. He just stares at me and cries. And then I just have to guess. Just throw a dart at the board. Which is it this time? He's a strange dog. He's a strange dog. I'm trying to convince my stepdad that he needs to take him to like actual training, because like I get along with the dog all right. The dog does not get along with my stepdad, who's the one who wanted the dog, or my nephew. And he's always trying to like lick their pants or legs if they're wearing shorts. They don't like that. Or jump on them frequently. They don't like that. Doesn't do that to me, but like I can't control the dog, so I just get tired of like trying to relax and just hear an Arthur no from somewhere. Like, oh boy. Pull a muscle in my back because I cough. Oh, that's the worst. I've had that happen to me before. To answer your question, Judd, I did not watch the directs directly, so I can't really rank them. I looked at what most of it was announced, but everywhere I looked that was like, these are the announcements. It was always like summarized, because then later someone would say, did you see this? Like, no, I didn't. I watched like the summary of it and they left that out. It's a lot of more interesting stuff. A lot of remakes, but that's not new. We've been in that mode for years now. We'll be in that for years more. Surprised. Thought, how is this possible? I mean, if you're not really like limbered up and you're tense and you like are moving in a certain way and cough causes like a sudden like fit in the muscles. Real easy to do. A lot easier as you get older. Like looks too realistic in the trailer. Ocarina of Time remake. I didn't even watch the trailer for it. That's the thing. Like I have very little interest in remakes of games. Like very, very little. What's up, Headmo? Welcome. So like I will like wait until the thing comes out, but otherwise I don't pay a lot of attention to what's going on because I have access to the originals for all this stuff, and that's generally what I'm gonna play. Remakes are for other people. I didn't see much of anything from the Xbox. I think the only thing that I heard from the Xbox was a new Crazy Taxi, but like it didn't. I'm gonna be real. Like then I watched a bit of that video. It didn't look any different from the Crazy Taxi I've already got. Like I've got Crazy Taxi at home. If it's gonna be an Xbox exclusive, maybe it'll PC too. But like if it's gonna be Xbox exclusive, I won't play it because I'm not getting an Xbox. There's just not enough there. Even if there was a bunch of cool stuff there, I'm hard pressed to say I'd pay for it now, because by the time that thing comes out, it's going to be like $1,000. Not paying $1,000 for no dang video game console. Look like a little hobbit or dwarf body for a kid. This is just CGI, wasn't it? Yeah, I mean, but the design is what they're gonna have in the game. So just release stuff and then make it better. I think it's. Releasing less than a year. Doubt they'll do anything about the art style. Yeah, who knows? Like there was the Sonic bit. Although there's a conspiracy theory that like they purposely released like an ugly looking Sonic with the real one already made to drum up more stuff. I don't think that's true, but the Switch 2 emulator is going to come out faster now. I didn't even need that. Like that's a pretty straightforward. Well, I guess I don't know much about the Switch emulation. I still haven't been convinced. The clock's ticking though. Like if I'm gonna get a Switch 2, I gotta get it before the price hikes up. Well, they got another month or two for that. I'm really on the fence, but like there's just not there's not that much that interests me. Movie is different than a game. 2 hours correction versus God knows how many for a game. I disagree. I mean, if the movies, if they have to redo the model, it's the same concept for a game, right? There's a lot of things that can change in the look and just apply it to the existing animations the same way they would for the movie. You know, and like also for a game, like there's likely less than 2 hours of like cutscene that has to be rendered, like pre-rendered. And there's more than likely like all the in-game animations, like that's a one-time deal. Like you do the attack animation, that's all the attack animations. If anything, changing up a character design for a video game will take less time, right? Because they don't have to pre-render all that stuff. You do with a movie, so I think the video game would be easier. Well, whether or not they'll do it, I don't know. I haven't even seen it yet, so I don't know what it looks like. Wind Waker forever special place in my heart because it was wonderful artistry. You know, a lot of people didn't like the Toon style. I didn't really get that. But that's the thing. Like Zelda has changed its style since the first to second one. Like everything that came out has looked a little bit different. Then you get 1 or 2 that are similar, and then people get stuck on that and want it to all be the same, and it generally won't be. It cost me a total of $900 to play the remake, buying console and game. Yeah, that is spicy. So we're already at that point where like consoles are just like too dang on expensive. Next to Switch new to now, it's rekindling my interest in Nintendo console stuff. I mean, I enjoyed the Switch, and the stuff I played on I never really had much of an issue with. But my standards are low. You've seen the games I play. You can spit out a game and have like very low frame rate, and I'm just like, you know, that stuff's not like, I'm not as sensitive to that stuff. So I hear a lot of stuff about like how something performed poorly on the Switch. Like I never really noticed. It's got to be really bad. It's got to be really bad in a game nowadays. And that's what they have to be a big change when it comes to remasters. Prefer remakes over remasters, something different. I mean, it's potentially something different. I think the Switch is more expensive, like my medical bills. Yeah. And that's all the consoles now have, like their prices are pricing a lot of people out of the market. The game, it was bad enough like games got up to $70, and this is like an old argument that's been going on for years, because I remember like Super Nintendo games being $70, some of them, and it was more prevalent with cartridge games. I don't think I ever saw this with disc-based games, because there was like a variable cost on cartridges. Bigger games, usually RPGs, would entail a higher cost, and that's not like an inflation thing. Like it was $70 in 1980s, 1990s money, right? So like adjusted for inflation would be a lot higher. They've pretty much held at a standard price for a long time. But I mean, that's not to say that like all of it is justified. People didn't buy new a lot back then. We bought on sale, consoles, games, secondhand. Not true, Perheadmo. Your experience may vary, but like they wouldn't have kept making them if no one was buying new. Inflation margins the most bogus ever. Based on what? What's up, Nix? How's it going? Crazy deep cut. Yeah, I played last year. I think it was a Crimson Diamond, which was a newer game made to reference this game. It's like reminiscent of this game in the spirit of this and the other Laura Bow mystery, and I really enjoyed it. So I saw these on GOG, and I'm like, well, I gotta check it out. The thing I do not like about Ocarina of Time remake is a Link to the Past remake video game. Saying Ocarina of Time, not a good game. Yeah. Remember Earthbound being crazy high because all the stuff came with it. They actually, Earthbound was expensive because of its size, because it was an RPG. The stuff that they put with it was because they weren't confident of its success. Whenever Nintendo packaged like guides with a game, it was because they didn't think it would sell otherwise, and it didn't. It didn't. My parents bought new, but certainly wait for sales and nearly everything. Yeah, I mean that's how it is now. But like I did not want, like, my problem with like the used cartridge games is a lot of times it'd be like beat to hell. They would be missing the manual. You know, I wanted that experience, but I also like the used wasn't that much cheaper by the time stuff came to the used stores, and all the used stores around me never had anything good. Like any game that you actually want, they never had. no one was selling it. So everybody I knew, like, it was new stuff, which also meant people had a lot less games. Link to the Past, the sequels. Did Link to the Past have a sequel? I mean, there's basically, like, the 3DS was more or less a remake of Link to the Past, A Link Between Worlds with some extra stuff. What is the spoiler for Colonel's Bequest and what isn't? I mean, pretty much anything. I haven't played it. I haven't seen walkthroughs. I mean, at times there's arguably more fans just because of age. Yeah. I think a lot of people that were fans of the older stuff have probably dropped out. But it's the same like the Silent Hill 2. Why did they skip Silent Hill 1? It's the same reason. It's what's considered, like, a lot of people consider that the real Zelda. Definitely great for my parents bought new. Still have a lot of the old cartridge disc cases that came with them. Yeah, I get bummed out if I have to find a game and I can only get, like, the manual-less case. I recently, like, was hunting down cheap manuals for some games that I got recently that had no manuals with them. Thankfully, I was able to find them, but some of the more expensive games, like, people want like $300 just for the manual, which is crazy. Spoilers, anything, no matter how small, may affect someone plays the game, prepare them certain kind of things to happen. What I know about the Colonel's Bequest is that if you successfully solve everything, because there's multiple mysteries. This is how the Crimson Diamond was. So Crimson Diamond's kind of prepped me for this a little bit. There's a lot of different mysteries and things to resolve, and you have to resolve all of them to get the super sleuth at the end. I absolutely won't get that on a first playthrough, and I think it would be very difficult to get that for anyone without playing through a guide, which I don't want to do on the first playthrough. So I may return to it at another point to try and challenge that. So I'm not expecting to have an amazing success. So we'll see if we can solve it, because it's the same thing happened in Crimson Diamond. Like, I missed some stuff going throughout it, and I do have a hint book that was provided with the game, but I'm gonna try to avoid looking at that unless I get really stuck. Love A Link to the Past updated remake. I mean, I'm different. I'm not really looking for remakes of, like, almost anything. There are some times where I think there's a couple that I've gotten, like the Wizardry is a good example, where it's like I might not have played that otherwise, depending on what year I wanted to play it because of the difficulty of trying to get that set up, like the original version. This is definitely a lot more user friendly. The vast majority of games, though, that I see remakes come out for, like, I played the original, like, this was fine. But I know that's not everyone. Remakes are for a lot of times for the new players. Yeah, I recommend watching One Short Eyes video on Colonel Bequest once you finish the game. That was really interesting. I want to say that I have that on my list of stuff to watch. Let me see if this is the right one. Yes. The video titled, well, actually, I think they're talking about, this one was about the dagger of Amun-Ra. Why almost no one solves this game. Exposing decades-old secrets in the Colonel's Bequest. So I didn't watch all of them. I watched enough to get the gist of it. And I was kind of like, yeah, that's what I expect. But I didn't want to spoil it, so I didn't watch the whole thing. So I will definitely watch that afterwards. Mention Zelda 1 remake for the Switch 2. I mean, the closest thing you'll get to a Zelda 1 remake is Breath of the Wild. People don't want to hear that, but it's the truth. Breath of the Wild is the Zelda 1 remake. Because that is, after the first game, that is the most like that Zelda, that version of Zelda that there has been. No other game has had that same kind of blind exploration feel to it. Can I gross video about Sierra's history? It's like 3 hours long. Sierra has a really interesting, let's say, colorful history. Depending on which angles of the story people want to talk about, because there's some things that people don't want to talk about in those histories that maybe like the dark side of early video game history success. Switch 2 doesn't even have 20 million consoles sold. No, that doesn't surprise me. I mean, they're up against like a lot of economic factors that Switch 1 did not necessarily have. However, were they eating people? What do you mean? What do you mean? What are they doing at Sierra? Well, I won't spoil it. It's an interesting company, especially on how much of what they decided to do is kind of fueled by not channel appropriate stuff. Yeah, that's exactly it. Nick knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's like D&D. If you look at like the real story of like early days of D&D and like what Gary Gygax was up to, and a lot of stuff going on there, and it's like, imagine the 80s. Imagine the stereotypes of the 80s and what was going on. You could just attribute that to a lot of companies that were hot in the 80s and 90s. I'm not gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. But what I am curious about with the Switch 2 is how does it compare? Because people have been drawing a comparison of the Switch 2 sales to date with the Switch 1 sales to date. Well, Switch 1 was out for a lot longer. So what's the comparison of Switch 2 sales versus Switch 1 sales in the same time frame? So this is in 19.6 million units first 11 months compared to the original Switch, which sold 14.1 million units in its first 11 months. The sequel stands as the fastest selling console in history. And yet I am bombarded with messages and videos about how the Switch 2 is a failure and it's not selling enough. Now, I don't know where it's at now. I don't know how recent those numbers are, but the Switch 1 was very successful, did not sell 20 million units within the first 11 months. So actually, it's in current gen games on Switch 2 as opposed to not really doing it on Switch 1. Probably says something. Yeah, Switch 1 was interesting because you had a lot of complaints of people putting out like ports of Wii U games to the Switch 1. I personally think that was a great idea because the Wii U as a system failed. It didn't reach like a very large market, and so a lot of people didn't get that money, or a lot of people didn't get that. My brain's getting mixed up because I'm seeing these messages. They didn't get those games, so I got another chance for the game to succeed. I thought that was smart, but also yeah, that is kind of rough if you put a new system out and everything on it is like the same thing we released last year. It's the only thing that's gonna make me buy a Switch 2. It starts with a P, ends with an Pikmin. I wonder if are they doing another Pikmin? I don't know. There was like orbitals. I don't know what systems, if that's on more than the Switch 2. The orbitals looked really neat. I want to check that out. As much as I say I don't care about the frame rates, I would like to see the difference in performance on the Switch 2 for the Zeldas. Because I know Deku's been talking about that. Just greedy to take money out of the C-suite's pockets. Well, I mean, that's how the world works. I felt a little underwhelming with the number of games new on it. That's true of Switch 1. Backwards compatibility on Switch 2 versions. Yeah. Got on PS5, felt underwhelmed with the options. I'm gonna be real. Like, look at any modern console and look at their release lineup, and most of them have been pretty weak. Development takes longer for a lot of big games, which means you get less big games. And there's a lot more developers targeting PC rather than going through the console, even though stuff eventually comes to console. But the releases are not, there's plenty of games, but there's not as much as previous generations of consoles. No Pikmin's been announced yet. Very scared they're teasing a series of animated shorts for Pikmin. No game on the horizon. It would be nice. I was glad they put out, was it Pikmin 3? I'm hoping that sold well enough to continue it, but who knows when that one is. 3DS was the last one I bought. The 3DS had like a great lineup on it. getting a Wii U and Switch a long time ago. Went to PlayStation, there's more games. PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4 were like great choices. PlayStation 4 maybe less so. It still has a lot of great games on it, but like it was already beginning then. It's already beginning back then. I spent $450 and Switch 2, get a Switch 1 cheaper, and it's kind of the same thing. Yeah. For as long as they still make it, it's like the I shouldn't make this comparison. They put out the new 3DS, and there were some games that required the new 3DS, but it wasn't like a universal thing. You could just keep playing the 3DS. Switch 2, I think, will be different, and eventually there'll be a point where they're not releasing anything for the Switch. Because PS4, like, I still see stuff releasing for PS4, and PS4 held on for a long time after the PS5. A lot of that's just long development cycles, but eventually they'll reach that point. Fable and Castlevania. God of War Combat looks good too. I don't know. I never got really into the Fable series, so I'm ambivalent. Castlevania looks neat though. I should play the God of War games. But yeah, I don't know. It's tough now because with global economic factors, I think we all know what's going on there. Like a lot of stuff is getting more expensive for a multitude of reasons, none of them good. And it's you know, we can't, like, transportation costs are up because oil costs are going up. You got the AI stuff that's gobbling up all kinds of components that are used all over the place. Everything's getting expensive. There's inflation, even if they try and say it's very low. No, it's there. It's real. I think it's a weak argument to say everything is just corporate greed, but you can't also, it's also true that you can't rule out corporate greed. You know, if everybody's raising their prices and you're the only one who's not, it makes perfect sense from a business standpoint to say, we should raise ours a little bit too. Make hay while the sun is shining, as they say. Switch 2 is just Switch 1S. The fact that it costs more than Switch 1, kind of a scam. What I laughed about when the Switch 2 hit was like, the Switch 2 is what people have been talking about. When the Switch first came out, there were so many people that were rather underwhelmed with the hardware. They wanted it to be a PS4 that could sit on their lap, which is crazy. And not a PS4, PS5. They want it to be like equivalent to the other consoles. And all these rumors are out there like any day now. Nintendo's going to announce the Switch Pro. Nintendo should put out a Switch Pro. They need to release the Switch Pro finally. We have this rumor, we have this information that they're building new hardware. It's a Switch Pro. No, it was the OLED or the Switch Lite. Those rumors persisted until the Switch 2 came out. And I guarantee there were people who have been talking about the Switch Pro since the Switch 1 launched, who are lining up to pat themselves on the back for accurately predicting the Switch 2. That's why I don't listen to rumors. For pay more than dying in war. Yeah. I'd rather not have either of those things, and we really don't need to have either of those things. Corporations regret one thing, making money, anything else just collateral damage. Oh yeah. I mean, that's business, man. Like, business is fundamentally incompatible with human life. Flat out. Because business is concerned with profits. Lots of different ways to define profits. A lot of businesses act very irrationally because it boosts the stock price, and that's the profit they're chasing, is that stock price. Which means you can have a business that is not very successful and is failing and is driving all of your customers away, but your stock price keeps going up, so you just keep digging yourself deeper into that ditch, and eventually the people at the top will bail out. That's all it is. That's all our economy is now. It's a giant debt-based rug pull waiting to happen. But yeah, you're never gonna get, like, even, it's pretty much impossible for businesses to be like, I'm really thinking of the consumer first and I'm doing this. They may make some concessions, but like, first and foremost, they're like, gotta put money in the bank. What's your opinion about the new God of War game? New character in the game now. Fans are complaining about the new character. Yeah. But the character's not really new. They were at least mentioned. I don't know if they appeared, but they've at least been mentioned in other games. They existed prior to this. They didn't just make something up new for this game. My opinion, real fans of God of War would be excited about this. It's the fake fans who are angry. And it's the same old, like, what's the basis of the argument? Oh, I can't believe they put a woman in this game about Muscle Man. Okay. Great. And then I don't care about the newer. Well, if you don't care, then that's it. And we start on people being mad about Luffy. Yeah, the internet will drive you insane. And if that's, unfortunately nowadays, that's where a lot of us get most of our information. It is either by design or by accident. The way the internet operates now is driving everyone insane one way or the other. You can dip your toes into it, but don't stay too long. It's a cesspool. And you've got arguments all over the place floating around, and then you constantly run into like, my problem is real. My beef is real. The other side is made up. Nobody really believes that. Not like in my special bubble I created. And the reality is a lot of gamers, like people who are actually buying the games, don't care about any of this stuff. What drives me nuts is that from looking at the combat stuff, plays like older God of War people supposedly wanted. Yeah. No, because they don't. That's the thing. The people complaining about it, they don't actually want to play the game. They probably never played any of them. They don't have any attachment to any of that stuff. And there's a contingent of people out there that it doesn't matter what you put on the plate in front of them, they're gonna find something to pick at. You know, their attendees are always underdone in their opinion. They could always be better. And also they should be free. Also they should pay me to play this. Yeah, 40-year-old woman was used as a model. There's even a woman as the main character. Yeah, it's the same old. Yeah, but that's it. Like that's, you know, that game will probably like sell very well, and they'll stop talking about it when it sells well, and they'll move on to the next thing. All right, we've been here for quite a while. Let's roll to the game screen because we got some chatting to do. As I load up the game, I'm gonna look at the manual real quick. I'm not gonna put it up on the screen. I don't think you guys wanna. You didn't come here to read, so I'll read this manual to you real quick, and then we'll have to solve our first mystery to start the game, which is to look at. we'll have to look at some fingerprints as a copy protection, which thankfully, sometimes GOG doesn't have the thing you need for the copy protection. I think it was like Maniac Mansion. They broke the copy protection, which breaks a part of the game rather than include the thing to do the copy protection. It's a little annoying, but it makes it work. So Jebran Wolf was a gift. Yeah, I think it'll be neat. I think it'll be a solid game. Duck out for now. Have a good stream. All right, thanks for dropping by. Always good to see you. Enjoy the rest of your day. Welcome back, Flash. Comment was too bright. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't see it. It didn't even give me a chance, Jeremy. It sent it straight to the void. Rethink your choices, I guess. I don't know. I can't even reliably say that because the things that I do see, they get bonked. Oh, she still did Pizzones. I don't do Pizzones anymore. I got real excited when I saw news stories about Pizza Hut bringing back the old Pizza Hut, but then like none of them are remotely near me. They're not even in the same state, so I'm bummed. Company mixed up my documents with somebody else's. Back from interesting job interview. Oh, that's weird. That's not a great sign if they get the documents mixed up. Give me the pizza. You're being mugged. You're being mugged, Flash. All right, let me read this manual here real quick. I'm not going to read the whole thing, just the intro. shrimp pizza from Pizza Hut when I was a kid. I never got that. There was a small pizza chain near me that shut down ages ago. They had a cool arcade and a buffet, and they had seafood pizza that was really, really good. And if there's any one thing that I would go back in time for, because this would cover many bases for me, it would be to travel within my own timeline back to any of the number of times I ate there with my family. That's what I would trade all of the world's gold for that. I don't have all the world's gold, so it's never going to happen. Nor would it if I did have all the gold. But if I was ever going to rob all of the world's gold like a James Bond villain, that would be the goal. And then the machine would blow up and I'd turn into some sort of orangutan mutant. Because that's typically how time travel works out. Can Amanda Data read it? This is about the Colonel's Bequest. This is all I'm really going to get into, and maybe I'll go over the credits briefly. The Colonel's Bequest is different from many adventure games. It can best be described as an interactive play in 8 parts. You will play the entire game in one location, on an isolated island in a bayou, where we were born on. Events can take place throughout the locale at any time during the game, and they may occur whether you are present or not. At the end of each act, a clock will appear on your screen and strike the hour. It will also appear at other intervals during the game. Take note of the events which cause this to happen and your location at the time it occurs. This will help you keep track of your progress. Being in the right place at the right time can be invaluable. Also, if you have thoroughly explored a room, don't assume that the next time you visit the room will be the same. While you're exploring another area, someone else may enter the room and leave a valuable clue for you to find. It's a time thing. Yeah. I mean, there was some of that in the Crimson Diamond. Not too much of it, but a lot of that was like if you went to things in the wrong order or did things too quickly, you would miss something. This is Ken and Roberta Williams game directed by Roberta Williams and Chris Ina. There are only 2 Laura Bow games. We'll see how much the characters need to be talked about here. Also listed on the characters is a dog, a horse, and a bird, which I find adorable. Okay. Let me fire this up, and I may have to fix the screen size. Always puts it on the wrong screen. Just characters when you start the game. Man, I have to do the manual part as much. Yeah, I just keep it there in case I need it. Make the glitter gun from Doctor Who. All right, so the first thing we have to do is we have to oh no, which image is it? I did put it. I will never change, and I'll curse myself forever for this. I have all these images that are just image 5, 6, 4. They're not labeled at all. Some of them are. Most of them are not. So anyway, we have this sheet here with fingerprints on it, and we have to analyze this fingerprint and figure out whose print it is. And this is the copy protection to get into the game. Like, I have Arthur's picture labeled.
Here I am!
But, like, I don't think I have anything else. Yeah, that's not labeled either. I refuse. I refuse to make my life easier at all, ever. Sniper trying to find a pick you need. Yeah, I mean, when I save stuff on my computer, I'm always careful about putting a label on it so I can find it later. But whenever I bring stuff into OBS, it's just like source. Oh, that's fine. I don't remember what it is. Like 2 streams later, like no idea. Silas says it's Laura Bow. It is not Laura Bow. Laura Bow is like a pretty straightforward oval. This thing looks like a chicken nugget to me. So, well, maybe it is Laura Bow. She's got 2 different prints in here. Do they all have multiple prints? I didn't notice that before. Let's zoom in and enhance. It doesn't look like it's my mistake because Laura Bow has 2 different prints on this sheet. I think most of them have 2 different prints. So the first one I saw was not it, but I think it is This other one, enhance. I don't need to enhance. It's horrible. If you don't get that, it will tell you that the tickets are sold out for this play. So they really meant what they said. This is a play in 8 parts. The curtain is about to go up. Please be seated. Have you previously attended a performance of the Colonel's Bequest? I have not. Copy protection is very unique for this game. So copy protection for the time, because this was like pre-internet era, they pretty much all relied on having the manual. And I'll never forget when I borrowed Alone in the Dark for DOS from a friend, and he handed me the manual, and the manual was torn on the page with the copy protection. And there were like 6 phrases that you had to enter for the copy protection. Or like, I think it was like match up a picture. They'd give you a page and you ask you what the picture is. And so it was like every time I went to run the game, it was a roll of the dice if I got that page that was missing. Because sometimes it wasn't. Sometimes they asked for a different page and I'd be fine. Consequence, I never finished it back then because I just got tired of messing with the copy protection. But that's how most of it worked back then. There wasn't, a lot of them didn't have like a serial key that you put in and verified. They didn't have any sort of like internet phone home. That stuff all comes later. It was all relying on that. Maniac Mansion, for example, had this page of nuclear codes. Well, I think it was like, Ned's Nuke or something like that. I think they were specific like door lock codes or something. And the copy protection came at a later point in the game where it would ask you to open a door and you had to find the code in the book. Like it would give you part of it and you have to match it up in the book. And versions that didn't have that, like the version you can get on GOG, does not include that book. And so what they did is they just like basically commented out, yeah, it's later in the game. So you could, but I think you can encounter it very quickly, but you don't need it until later in the game. It's very funny. What ends up happening is that because they commented out the part of code that is used for copy protection, it also means that all of the doors that have like code key locks will accept any code you give it. So you no longer have to solve any of those puzzles. You can put any number in, even if it's wrong, and the door will open. And you will have no idea. You'll think you got it right. Imagine playing a lot of the game and then messing up the copy protection. Yeah, so it doesn't like kill the game. It just prevents progress. You can try again. You can keep trying the door. Like if you don't get it right, it's just like, no, that's the wrong code, and that's it. There are other games that if you fail the copy protection, like that's just it. But most of the time, that copy protection would be right at the start. Like you wouldn't even be able to start the game. I think they did that as kind of a joke. And then they also let them use that as a kind of demo where they could release that game and then not have the sheet with it. And you could use that. There are a lot of different ways people release demos. And sometimes you have the whole game and there was just some arbitrary thing that unlocked the whole game, but you actually had it all on disc already. It was interesting times, like the early day of PC games. All these were unlocking the playthrough. Yeah. Yep. And because that's the thing. Like that's where I got it. I got it from GOG and they had the broken copy protection. So I just had to deal with it. There was like a modification that was supposed to fix it. I don't think it worked though. Like age verification games, like Leisure Suit games. Yeah. I mean, you can just put whatever you want in there. No, we have not previously attended a performance of the Colonel's Bequest. I like my dagger icon. Stabby, stabby. Let me know about the volume. Colonel Henry Dijon. Did he just get like super impaled? Like is his body on the other end of that blade, or did they like cut him with the blade, or is that just where they're like cutting up their hamburger, or they put too much ketchup on? Does this game still look good? Yeah, I mean I like it. And then they really did a good job of emulating the graphic style with the Crimson Diamond. Featuring Colonel Henry Dijon. His faithful staff, Sealy, Fifi, I guess the last guy's name, I'm too slow. Rudy, Gertie, Gloria, the rest of the Dijon family. Digging this tune. Lillian and Ethel, the Prune family. What an unfortunate name. Clarence Sparrow, Dr. Wilbur, I Feels. C Feels, it's starring Laura Bow. She's not as cool as Nancy Maple, but that's probably just 1925, Tulane University, New Orleans, Louisiana. Why you call me a perv, Silas? What do you mean leave her alone? I'm just playing a game here. Leave who alone? Leave Nancy Maple alone? Yeah, Nancy Maple's not real. I couldn't do anything if I wanted to. Plus, she existed during like the 20s. Hey, Laura, want to come with me this weekend to my Uncle Henry's estate? Oh, Jesus. I don't know. I have studying to do. He's moving very quickly. Oh, come on. It'll be a scream. It's such a creepy old place. You might find it interesting. Okay, count me in. Haunted mansion? Why didn't you say so in the first place? Two nights later. How many Nancy Maple games? Just the one so far. They've got another one in the works. There's 2 Laura Bow games. It was short-lived, as they say. It's this and the Dagger of Amun-Ra. Isn't it nice to do a lot when I was a kid? Had a crush on her. Isn't it funny how that stuff works? We're here, Laura. Misty Acres. What a place. That lightning sound. Pew, pew. Well, what do you think? Pew, pew. Someone's shooting lasers over there. Looks interesting, all right. What do you meet the family? I probably judged Laura Bow like way too soon. I don't know Laura Bow enough to say who's better between her and Nancy Maple. I'm just a big fan of Nancy Maple. Yes? Jeeves, don't you remember me? I'm Lillian. Oh, yes. Everyone else has already arrived. They're just sitting down for dinner. Please come in and join them. During dinner. Glad you're all here. I'm sure you're wondering why I sent for you. As you know, I'm a very wealthy man. I've invested my money wisely and have put away almost every dime. Music is quite a bop. However, my end is near, and I have decided to bequeath my millions to each of you sitting at the table. Even me? Except, of course, Lillian's friend Laura. Ah, son of a bitch. Anyway, as I have said, you're all inheriting my money, and you will inherit equally when I go. If any of you should die before I do, then your share will be distributed equally to the surviving parties. Oh God, that's a terrible setup. We're all gonna get murdered. I'm tired, Fifi. Help me back to my room. Good night, all. He really just rolled in to start the death game. Everyone's gonna look under their chair and there's gonna have like a lead pipe, a rope, a revolver. Can you believe the old goat? I'm surprised he didn't try to take it with him. He's such an old skinflint. I don't think you deserve any money. Speak for yourself. How much do you think he's got? Millions. Well, I know what I'm going to do with my share. Your share? I bet the old geezer outlives you. Old codger, sorry, Mr. That. I wonder how sick he is. Do you think he's going to go soon? I've had enough of this. Laura and I will retire to our room now. Yeah, they're definitely going to be like multiple murders. No, still said he's dying. Nope. Isn't that the cliche? Act 1. 7 p.m. Why would you do that unless you want test games? Exactly. I mean, the guy's like, he's at his end and he's just like, I'm gonna go out in style by getting my family to murder each other. This is the guest room you share with Lillian. Though a bit tired looking, it seems comfortable enough. Laura, dear, please excuse me. I'm going to go freshen up in the bathroom. Why didn't you explore the estate a bit? Oh, boy. Something doesn't feel right. Everybody's acting too strange, even Lillian. What would Daddy do in a situation like this? Honey, if things don't feel right, they probably aren't. Observe the situation closely, yet be unobtrusive. Explore your surroundings quietly and carefully. Try to question the others without raising suspicion. Notice small details. Take lots of notes. And above all, be careful. Can you save anywhere? I think so. I believe I can. Since you never go anywhere without your trusty notebook and pencil, you go to your suitcase, open it, and remove those 2 items. Yes, your father is right. Observing the situation and taking notes would be a good idea. I'll have to get a notepad open here. We can just save. F5 to save. Action. It's nice that they give me some of these like right there. Speed. Sound. Where's the scum VM? 1. That 1,000 dust kind of game. It's a lot of stuff. I mean, I'm sure there's dangerous stuff in the game, but a lot of it is like, oh no, I missed this person. Oh no, I need to find these clues. I hate him. He's giving him everything. That's like the super common trope of like rich old guy with an ungrateful, spoiled family. Because he probably didn't grow up rich. He earned it through hard work and exploiting workers. And they just grew up rich and were just terrible, spoiled brats. And so, like, they just want him gone for the money. Apparently, HubSpot people working on a new game, according to an interview. I saw that. Didn't see if they had announced what the game was, but I said they're working on another one. It was skinflint depression coming up. Need that money. Yeah, hopefully it's like his assets are liquid and they're not tied up in the market that's about to crash. then all of their money will be worth nothing. Let's up. 2 corners of the room, you see 2 dressers. Of course, in the room you see 2 dressers. Open left. There's nothing of interest in the dresser. Open right dresser. See the clothes you packed for the weekend. You get one punny in that is it. Yeah. What if he's like, I'm insanely wealthy, but his notion of wealth is like extremely outdated, you know? He's like, I've got so much money and it's like $20. $1's a lot of money. It kind of would be at that time, but like he's millions of pennies. Do. Control her is a little weird. It looks as if this might have been a nursery at one time. Now it has been converted into a makeshift guest room with Ethel as its current guest. Now don't go spending it all on moon pies and penny whistles. It's not forgiving as Crimson Diamond with regards to typing prompts. Yeah, that's why I said I'm gonna have to go back to saves. I'm gonna have to redo stuff. And I'll probably reach the end with a miserable state in the first playthrough. The penny plunderer. I just might. I might have to put a moratorium on mugging the other chat members, at least in chat. But like after chat, I can't stop you from mugging them. How many times will Jum die? Can you put a number on that? Sky, what's happening? Sky, don't immediately come in here and try and rob everybody of their pennies they inherited from a weird old man in a video game. All their video game pennies. How you doing, Skyo? Welcome in. Where is Lillian, Laura? I'd like to speak with her. She went to freshen up in the bathroom. She'll be right back. It looks as if this might have been a nursery. Is that a dollhouse over there? It's a wonderful old dollhouse, but you better leave it alone. Okay. Ethel is a stylishly dressed, overly made-up older woman. Many years of hard drinking have taken their toll on her, as her face is puffy and red and her skin has wrinkled prematurely. She always seems to have a drink in her hand. You've never met her before, but Ethel is your friend Lillian's mother. Oh, I see. Why is she... Could she just walk normal? I don't know why she was like shimmy shaking like that. That was very weird. Yeah, very cool. No game audio? No game audio right now. Yeah, it's one of those games. It's got intermittent like music or background sound, but for the most part, it's pretty quiet. She's just snobby drunk old woman in the house. Yep. Yep. But I appreciate you checking, Sky. Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of older DOS games were they just didn't have the tunes. They couldn't play music all the time because it was taking away valuable CPU cycles. They needed to run the game. These things were running, you know, on back when they only had 2 transistors to rub together. Couldn't do too many things at the same time. I mean, you know, music. I don't know if that, I don't think that matches up at all. I keep holding down the key to get her to walk, and I think I just need to hit it once, because when I hold it down, she's like, needs to be jazzier. I can't conjure up any jazz here. Here, I can pull up some jazz on here. No, just YouTube. I don't want the whole thing. Jazz. You can't hear it, but I can. Okay, I can't keep that up. I won't be able to concentrate on this if I'm trying to play around with both of those. It's pretty good. They got running. Looks like a good shock the size of all the games. Yeah. It's like 2 floppy disks. See that Sky? I don't even go for it. It just makes me think of what is it? Well, there's Careful Whisper. There's the other song. I can't remember what it was, but I think it's either of those. You're about to just start blasting that sax guy. Floppy disk, you mean that funny save icon? It's so hilarious to me that the save icon has remained as a floppy as long as it has. When's the last time like any of you saw an actual floppy? Did any of you even have a computer that had a floppy disk on it? Because it's not like, it's been quite a while since that was a standard thing on computers. My first computer had like the actual floppy disks. It had the 5 1/4 disks. We didn't have much that ran off of that. It also had like the 3.5-inch discs, and most of the stuff was on that. Fourth grade, like 20 years. Yeah. It's crazy how long it's been since like floppy disks were a real going concern, and it's still like that save icon. And I can't fault anyone who grew up in the post floppy disk era for asking like, what is that? Because they're just not out there. And it was truly floppy. So like the 8-inch one, I mean, that was like super floppy. The 5 1/4 ones were just by their size less floppy, but they would still, because that thing was like paper thin. It was just like a little plastic sleeve with like a super thin disc inside of it. The 3.5-inch discs were the first one that had like a solid plastic shell. Big crazy ones for older games. Yep. I only had one game on that, and I inherited it from somebody else who left it inside a computer at work at my first job. That still had that guy. He did not like the advance of technology. He used a cash register that he had bought from a Wendy's that he repurposed for his business, and the computer in the back, even in the age of like CDs, was so old, and everything ran on DOS. It was this ancient database software, and everything had to be saved to like an old 5 1/4-inch floppy disk. It was so bad. It was so bad. But it was like, that's the way he'd always done it. There was no upgrading it. Of a computer with a cassette tape. See, that I didn't have. That's before my time. That was very common before the floppy disk. It's very common on the types of computers like the Commodore or Amiga would use that sort of stuff, like pre-IBM standardizing the home computer. Probably have a box of floppy disks around in storage. I know I've still got some floppy disks floating around. I have like behind me Ninja Gaiden on floppy, but I could never run it on anything because the way it's designed. Right, its first PC event, floppy's black and yellow monitor, Play like Snake in the Star Trek game done entirely with text. Yeah. Here, I'll use it to catalog my comic books. That's a good old use for it. Her Ninja Gaiden. Yeah. Years and years ago, I was in a mall and saw a Ninja Gaiden for DOS for 75 cents, and I bought it. And at that time, like, we're talking like the fastest sort of computer you would get would at that time would be like 300 megahertz, right? And that was too fast. I ran on a laptop that was 75 megahertz, and that was too fast. And games at that time, particularly PC, you didn't run on like a clock. They used the CPU cycles for timing. So what happened is you'd start the game, and the clock in Ninja Gaiden would immediately run out. All of the enemies would appear on screen, and you would be dead. Like that. Just like in a split second. I couldn't find a computer amongst all of my friends that was old enough to run that properly. Now, I could get that now if I could either image those floppy. I don't even think I have a floppy disk. No, I have a USB floppy disk drive somewhere. I could probably find that like an abandonware and run it in a DOS box set to run like as slow as possible, and it might run. I don't think it would be worth it. I imagine it would be awful. Like worse than the NES. But like I still have it. I've still kept it after all these years. Never been able to play it. Calculator Doom. Yeah. I really love like the TI calculators, like the TI-86 that I had that I would make games for. They're mostly text-based games. I had a lot of fun. I made some like text-based RPGs. They were very like simple games that were way too complicated, like basic games. Yeah, computers ever moving forward. But like nowadays, like it's rare to find a computer that even has like an optical disk drive. A lot of optical disk makers are just out of it. Like it's getting harder to find like a good Blu-ray disk drive for the computer, because a lot of companies are like, we're just not going to make these anymore. We're just not going to do it. Not enough money anymore. Soon you have your computer inside you. I mean, it depends on like, you can have a computer like there's a processor inside SD cards. Like there's a microprocessor inside the SD cards, a controller, right? It's not just memory. There's like a little controller in there. That's smaller. Consider a micro SD card, and consider the electrical circuit, and it's even smaller than that. And the processing power of that device is faster than the first computer I owned. Now, it's got no interface besides the memory, so it's not really, it's an apples to oranges kind of thing. But even my phone, phone's a good example. The cell phone is like way more capable than the first computer I owned by like several magnitudes. Some people go back to like the Apollo computer that was like, use the little old lady rope or core memory. That was like wires wired around ferrite beads, and that was how you programmed it, by spacing out the ferrite beads differently. And like that's what they used to get to the moon, to calculate trajectories and things for the moon. And now like you could just buy something off the street for $10 that's like a million times more powerful. And play a mobile game, a text and picture game, choose your own adventure. I haven't played a game like that since I was 5. Yeah. More RAM in my phone than my PC. It's just crazy, like how much technology has advanced. But at the same time, I feel like we've kind of hit a brick wall with some stuff, because if you look at like, there's a lot of things that you can look at for over the past like 5 years or so, maybe further, that like they really haven't gotten that much more capable, or they have, but in a way that you're not going to see through 90% of what you use stuff for. Telling me I can go to the moon with random BS I have around my house. I mean, you can calculate everything you need to get to the moon with random things you have around the house. The rest of it is the rest of it's going to be trouble. Like the actual rocket and all of that is maybe not the easy part. The computer is probably the easiest part of it. I think it's the rest of it. I mean, I guess if you have a large supply of rocket fuel, you can kind of sort out the rest. Wasn't there a guy that was trying to construct a rocket? I don't want to speak of the deceased here. It was like a flat earther. Mike Hughes, who built his own rocket, a homemade steam-powered rocket. This is back in 2020. Someone murdered him? No, Jeremy. He didn't get murdered. What are you talking about? He was 64 years old. He hand built this rocket to try to prove that the Earth was flat by flying up to I don't know what mechanism exactly. But it crashed. It crashed and he passed away. That was me in the car with the carburetor. This is how he died. Yeah. He built his own like steam powered rocket, and I believe the chute deployed like way too soon. It deployed like during launch, and the rocket failed to obtain lift and just crashed back down, and that was that. Jeremy, don't be spouting wild conspiracy theories here. Well, it would not have worked. Every experiment that they try, right? There's the one where they line up a bunch of planks with holes at a set level, and they're like, this will prove it's flat. And then they set it up, and it's like, it disproves it. And they're just like, well, you know, I'm still not convinced. Like, now I don't like, that's the flat earth and I in general I find laughable. I want to, you know, make fun of this poor guy who passed away. That is tragic, but like relevant. That all I'm saying is, yes, you could get a better computer than what the Apollo mission had, but you might not want to construct a rocket in your backyard. Let that man's passing be a cautionary tale to flying yourself to the moon. But you know, like you are your own responsibility. So I can't stop you. I probably shouldn't say that. I'm putting myself up to liability here. That's before I died. You know, discrepancies in the theory in the horizon. The world will never know. The world will never know. Like I don't think he didn't even reach the altitude that he was trying to reach to hit that. Like it really just kind of failed at launch. But he probably didn't even have time to like account for that sort of thing. Which was like, no, Flash. For liability purposes, this is all parody. Which I'm encouraged. No, I don't. I discourage them. I'm just saying I can't stop you. Should I lie? I feel like I would be more liable if I said I have the power to stop you, and then someone decided to challenge that. You know, we should just move on, because either way, it's probably bad. When I'm trying to use the testimony first. Yeah, I don't think I would have. Why is your advertising winking? What do you mean? It's just you know, I'm just moistening my eyes like normal humans do. Let's talk about those missing employees. Yeah, I've talked to death about those employees. They all found new jobs somewhere, I'm sure. It's fine. They're fine, as far as anyone knows. This elegant room must be the Colonel's. You notice there's an elevator here. I guess there would have to be. There would have to be, because the guy's not getting down the stairs. No bodies have ever been found. And I don't say that to mean that they're dead. I'm just saying they took new jobs and left with no notice to myself or anyone close to them. They left a lot of their stuff behind. There's security footage of them leaving the building. Like, there's no evidence that I had anything to do with any supposed wrongdoing. If anything did happen to them, they've never been found. So, nope, nobody knows. It's out of my hands. That's me wiping my hands of it. I wipe my hands of the affair. I still got 2 lawsuits left, but after that, gotta go feed the cats. Alrighty, no paper trails. I mean, there's video, there's video surveillance of them just leaving in the middle of the day, just walking away, leaving their car in the parking lot. Like, I care, but we spent, well, actually, I don't know how many resources. I wasn't involved in that. I imagine Jumington Dynamics spent resources trying to track them down. And some of them still had paychecks that were left undelivered. But we'll only hold on to that stuff for so long, and then it goes back in the till sort of situation. Carton's milk and putting it missing posters. I mean, the family took care of that. They had a handle on it. Well, we tried delivering them. They just, they just weren't there. About your secretary. I mean, the secretarial pool, they also left, all of our administrative assistants. One day they were just gone. That's pretty much the story. Eventually everybody was just gone, except for me. I was in a coma while a lot of this happened too. So even if I had wanted to do something, which I didn't, and still don't, I couldn't have done anything. Thanos snapped them. I don't know if I had the Thanos snap. Why would I destroy my own company? You know what I'm saying? I'd be snapping the competitors. It'd be boom, boom, boom. Now I'm the only pest control service in town. Now they've got no choice but to give me those contracts. But again, I lack that power for funsies. It hasn't been that fun with the constant accusations of wrongdoing. But yeah, they're just gone. I've moved on. We should all just move on and stop suing me. Yeah, a bit harsh. You were in a coma. I was in a coma. I had been torn up by a machine of my own devising. That's natural. Everybody gets tensed up when they're accused of murdering thousands of employees. I would be more concerned if you accused somebody of murder and they were completely flat and had no reaction. Wouldn't that be worse? That would mean there's some sort of sociopath, right? If they just don't feel anything. You can't prove a crime that didn't happen. It's that simple. Uh-oh. 15 minutes have passed. What have I done? Should I not have gone to the colonel's room first? Fine, Henry. I got see lipstick on you. Oh. He's smoking. Look at Henri. Colonel Henri Dijon is a frail, ill-tempered curmudgeon in his late 60s. 60s! 60s. He's bald with gray hair and he's wheelchair bound in his 60s. I know things were rough then. Let's look up celebrities in their 60s. Let's look up some people today that are in their 60s. All right. Barack Obama, 64 years old. No, Charlie Sheen's a bad example. Seal is 63. All right. James Hetfield, 62. Shania Twain is 60. All right. Bryan Adams is 60. Johnny Depp is 63. I don't know. He kind of he's getting up there. Michael Jordan, 63. Julia Louise-Dreyfus, 65. Right. Peter Jackson, 64. I mean, he's graying a bit. He's got that salt and pepper. Keanu Reeves, 61 years old. All right. Ray Mancini, 65. Simon Cowell. Simon Cowell is also a terrible example. He's had a lot of work done and then undone, and it just doesn't look good. Quentin Tarantino, 63. David Copperfield, 69. But he's a magician, so like he'll live forever. Wayne Gretzky, 65. Gary Kaspersky, 63. You can look up any of these people. Dr. Dre, 61. Nicolas Cage, 62. Tom Hanks, 69. Jon Stewart, he's pretty much all gray now, but he's still got that youthful vibe to him. 63. Eddie Murphy, 65. All these people in their 60s. Some of them age better than others. Kind of is basically immortal. Let's be real. Yeah. I think Keanu Reeves is going to be like, he's going to look great. And then like one day he'll just like have aged like 50 years in a day. And he will suddenly look his age. Like someday the witch's curse will be broken and he'll just suddenly be like very, very old. Or he'll disappear before then. Go to the island where Elvis went to. Bald, gray, and 43. Look, Father Time over here. Yeah. I always love in media when they have like, you look at people who are like grandparents or like they're so old and like, how old were they? And they're like 47 years old. I'm like, oh, that ain't what it's like anymore, please. Stop making it feel old. I'm just saying. David will still use your youth like Ash Ketchum. He's just coming for you. Someone found his portrait. The portrait of Keanu Reeves. They'll accidentally break the pact in age. That is good. I wonder if he did cut a deal like that. I mean, there's like Wilford Brimley. When I was a child, Wilford Brimley was playing grandparents, like a grandfather, and he was an old man. And I want to say he was like in his 50s then. I think he was in his like late 40s or early 50s in Cocoon, right? But he was already like, look at this guy. He's so old. He needs to be in an old folks home. And he's like, he wasn't that old. But then he always looked old. And then he was suddenly gone. I don't think he ever really went. I'm pretty sure that he was feeding off of the life energy of other celebrities. And that's how he maintained his life until the public got too suspicious and he had to disappear. Much like Toombs from the X-Files. He had to form his cocoon and he'll hide away. In some future generation, he will return. Like a cocoon. You could even say a cocoon. That's correct, Deku. Say he became a youth vampire. How would you handle it? Honestly, like nobody knows me and I don't leave the house that much. So it wouldn't be that difficult. It's not that hard to maintain a low profile, even in today's surveillance society. It's not that hard to go unnoticed, right? I'm very good at sneaking up on people because I'm very good at projecting the psychic energy to not be noticed. Says the streamer. Yeah, but if I could fade away like that, just disappear. But I could be anyone behind this avatar. I could be a dog for all you know. That's the thing on the internet. Nobody knows you're a dog. Nobody knows you're Jumra, the ever-living. Wrapped in all kinds of bandages. I'm lying in a bathtub of amino acids to keep my body alive. I'm just in a tank. You never know. Just say you're Jum son. I wouldn't even have to do that. This is the thing. This is how unaware the majority of humanity is. I could 100 years from now, like 20 years from now, I could continue being myself and nobody would bat an eye. 50 years from now, I could continue being myself. There's nobody currently around that would remember me in real life enough to be like, wait a minute, I met this guy like 20 years ago. You haven't changed a day. They wouldn't remember me at all. I'm completely unremarkable. That's the secret. You just got to be completely unremarkable. Got this new neighbor and they are the dumbest I've ever met. See, that's the thing. You can't ever let anybody like notice anything about you when you're out there in public. because they'll remember it. You know, like one firewalk of day at random time, 4:25 p.m. They're signaling their compatriots that it's safe to continue riding in the tunnels. His name was Jum Jumington. Yeah, I've had like random people like lighting fireworks off around me, and I never know what the deal is. I'm always looking at the calendar like, is there a holiday here? They're signaling the goblins in Goblin Town, signaling a chrome to the dome. They're cruising for a bruising, would you say? They're out there like looking for a whooping. They don't even know it. I'll barely read this game. I'm interested in this game. It's just I can't do both. Colonel Henri Dijon is a frail tempered curmudgeon in his late 60s. You understand that Colonel never married and lives an eccentric life of seclusion here on his bayou island. From observing the estate, it appears that though he is supposedly wealthy, he spends little money to maintain it. Honestly, like this is straight like immortal vampire business right here, right? I know it's not going to go that direction, but this is what it would be like, right? You want to hold on to all of that money for as long as possible, be in an isolated place. Like, he's probably too noticeable, which is why he's allowed himself to age or appear aged. He's about to make his exit, and then he'll redebut as someone else. I'm going to talk to my neighbors, overhear them saying, be quiet, the psychopath will hear you. See, but they've noticed you. That's the thing. They've noticed you. You have to go unnoticed. You have to keep your house maintained and clean so that no one ever takes notice of it. You have to look as mundane as possible. Don't go out much. And make sure like there's no one around when you do go out. Because it'll be notable if they're like, that guy never leaves the house. Eventually someone will take notice. They'll be like, you know what? I don't think I've ever seen them. Those are the people that you need to, deal with. If you catch my meaning. Those are the people you need to, relocate somewhere. No, you don't eat them. That would be a crime. You just gotta, sit down and have a nice private conversation with them. Or then maybe they're never heard from again. What are you doing in my room, young lady? Okay. I'm gonna leave because I think I may have seen enough. I don't feel free to just like look at all of that. There I am again, holding the button down. What on earth was all of that noise? Talk to Fifi. Maybe I should have. I didn't seem like the talking mood. A modern bathroom has been installed in this old house. Save here and take a shower. I already know what's going to happen, but I will. Hi, Laura. I'm feeling better now. That ride through the bayou had me plumb frazzled. If you need to freshen up, too, I'll be done in just a bit. What's her name? It's not Laura. I'm already forgetting names. Not that window. Where's my window? No, not that one. Where is it? There it is. Lillian. I started to type Laura, and I'm like, I'm Laura. Lillian seems intent upon tidying up. She's not listening to you. Okay. Do. You don't have it. Cloth in the bathtub has a shower attached to it. Take shower. Why don't you wait till Lillian is gone? Okay. I'll do that. Oh, she's leaving now. Nancy Maple. Oh, no one. Yes, you do feel a bit grimy. Perhaps the shower will make you feel better. Wow, scandalous. Scandalous! I need my sensor screen for these pixels. Were they wearing like a witch's hat? Oh my god. Why would you murder me? Didn't Alfred teach you anything? No. It's Alfred Hitchcock is who they're referring to. It's a psycho reference. Some of you may be too young to get that. What's up, Dum Drum? How's it going? Welcome in. Sonic turns 35 years old this month. He's so young. He's so young and fresh. Rather shower with our friend here so we don't die. I guess our need for privacy trumps our need for safety. What's up, Pedals? How's it going? Staying clean? Oh, you could say that. You could say that. Do, 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 do. That's a linen cabinet. Let's open the linen cabinet. There's nothing you need inside the linen cabinet. Okay. You don't have a violent injury. Okay. I didn't really want to punch her. I'm just checking. I'm just testing the water here. Bum, 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 bum. Battle Network in what's SF? Street Fighter? Star Force? I'm a ways away from that. I haven't finished the X series yet. But that X games, what comes after X? Well, there's Zero and there's other games. I'll see. We still got a ways to go with the X games, so I'm not going to decide now what we're going to do afterwards. I won the Millerville Medieval Fair's first costume contest. Ooh, what was your costume? This is the front upstairs hallway of the plantation house. A grand staircase leads down to the lower level. Uh-oh, that looked like it was about to fall. This is a cozy guest room, which Gloria and Gertie are sharing. I feel weird just rifling through people's stuff. But I'm gonna do it. They're locked. Okay, that's all I need. A huge crystal chandelier hangs precariously above the downstairs foyer. It looks like it's gonna fall. Costume was me kind of insulting, but I got a crowd of 200 people shouting, "Pedals, pedals!" That's very nice. It's always good when you get the crowd hyped. No, you don't. I do. That doesn't mean I won't do it, but I do feel bad about it. I will absolutely do it, though. The thing was jingle jangling a second ago. This appears to be another guest room that Rudy and Clarence are sharing. On the one hand, I feel like there's not a reason to be rifling through everything right now. Watch out! I didn't think I had walked that far into it. Wow, this place is a real death trap. Looking at a video game, thought of the skateboard. Was that the X Games? Yeah. Wait, what? Because that's just the kind of game it is. Do, 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 do. Stop! Stop moving! I don't know how to stop walking. Aside from just walking into something. Do. Can I stop walking? That is not understood. Stand still. Okay. How do I avoid death here? Open door. It's just an empty closet. Okay. Well, I can go there later. I don't know how to make her stop walking somewhere. I guess aside from just walking into a wall. The stairs lead to a third level of the house. There's a doorway in front of you and another to the right. Boo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Open door. The door is locked from the other side. Okay. This must be Fifi's room. Although her room is in the attic, she has fixed it up nicely. Oh, what is that? Let's look at this. This is there's an old armoire in the back corner of the room. Open armoire. There's nothing there for you. Look at the desk. You see nothing special. she just walked out like I don't know how to make her stop. There we go. I just got to click on it. Okay, that makes sense. It's a record player. Fifi must enjoy listening to music as you see a Victrola in the back corner of the room. Can I turn on the Victrola? The record doesn't belong to you. It will now. I just take the record. Son of a bitch. This game's just... Why gotta be such a narc game? Why gotta be such a narc? Let me steal things. Oh man, look at these photographs. Look at this photograph! This game does not understand photographs. Look at wall. You look carefully at the walls around you. See nothing special. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Probably have a stop button, maybe. I won't look at the controls. Let me find out. Hold on, let me find the window. There we go. Ah, it's a number pad thing, huh? I see. Okay, I gotta turn numlock off. If I hit 5 on number pad, no stop. The damn lyric. You know I have to do it. I can't ever have a situation where looking at photographs without saying, look at this photograph. This is the front downstairs hallway of the big house. A grand stairway leads upstairs. No, don't get too close to where that chandelier is. I can guarantee that if I can almost guarantee that if I go over here, that chandelier can fall on me, or this night will kill me. No? Okay. A very old suit of armor with one gloved hand holding a battle axe stands beside the stairway. Although it's well polished, all of its joints are completely rusted. Okay. Yeah, it uses like the number pad, because traditionally a number pad 4, 8, 6, and 2 would also be arrow keys if numlock is turned off, so they're not acting like that. That's how a lot of older games would use for controls. But it's been so long since I played a game that actually used the numpad, I didn't really think about that. You have entered the parlor of the old mansion. Against the back wall, you notice a sculpted marble bar, and in the corner, a parrot swings from its bird stand. Okay, more time passed. Little Biddy. She's half sloshed most of the time, and shh, here's that young friend of Lillian's. Gertrude Dijon is the Colonel's widowed sister-in-law. She obviously is behind the times, as she looks like she has just stepped out of the gay 90s. I've never heard the 90s referred to as that. Of course, this is probably a different 90s than the one I'm familiar with. A bit of a snob, she walks around with her nose up in the air and has an annoying habit of constantly playing with her many strands of pearls. Clarence Sparrow is a dapper-looking man in his late 40s. From what you have gleaned, he has been the Colonel's attorney for some time and seems to know the rest of the group as well. His manner is a bit on the curt side, and you can sense a bit of sneakiness here. Talk to Clarence. This is a private conversation, young lady. Do you mind? I don't. I don't mind at all. Please leave us be, Lara. Okay. Who's the parrot? You see a beautiful girl and casually wonder who she might be. Funny, her eyes have a strange, hollow look to them. I see. Leaves me happy. That much I know. Was that 1890s a good year or something? I don't really know. It doesn't stand out in my mind. I guess it was just like the time period. Radical now is the rainbow. It's the rainbow. You see a beautiful girl casually. So they've hollow look to them. So someone's going to look at this. Can I look at the painting? It's not going to say anything more than I got. Poke eyes. Look at painting eyes. Talk to the parrot. I was going to talk to the parrot. A colorful parrot swings merrily on its perch. Talk to Parrot. The parrot cocks its head quizzically. You don't have it. I don't have it. I don't have it at all. Upon the countertop, you see a decanter of cognac. A delicate figure of a horse decorates a small table. The French doors lead outside. Okay. Let's go to the other side here. Skittles. Taste the rainbow. Gay 90s is an American nostalgic term, periodization of the history of the United States from the decade of 1890s. Despite the term, part of the decade was marked by a financial crisis, which worsened greatly when the Panic of 1893 set off a widespread economic depression in the USA that lasted until 1897. Well, she seemed to weather it just fine. Probably killed her husband, though. I don't have any basis for that. That just seems like a thing. You have found the Colonel's billiard room. Funny. He doesn't seem to be the kind of guy who would enjoy playing billiards, listening to records in the Victrola, or the player piano. And that clock keeps ticking away. So there's got to be like a secret passage that leads to these paintings where they're watching us. Uncle Henry's a strange old coot. Quiet. We're not alone anymore. Everywhere I go, people are like, shh. I think we should kill them. Shh. They're listening. You see a picture of a lovely dark-haired girl above the player piano. Strange. Her eyes have a haunted, hollow look to them. A lovely old player piano sits against the back wall. You see an old-fashioned Victrola and cabinet in the corner of the room. The bookcases are crammed full of books. There's a boat. You notice a model of an old ship on the table. You see several musical instruments hanging on the wall. Some of these tables could use a good dusting. Most of these chairs look pretty old. Most of the sofas look very old, dusty, and uncomfortable. This is an old billiard table. As it's quite dirty and dusty, it doesn't appear as if billiards has been played much. Upon it, you see 3 balls, 2 red and 1 white. Isn't that, No, I don't know. I was going to say, is that snooker? It is strange to have that in my mind. Yeah, snooker. White cue ball, 15 red balls, and 6 colored balls work through to 7 points. So they are not. What did you call me? No, it's snooker. Snooker is it's a billiards, a game played on a billiards table where the usual triangle of balls are all like red balls, and then there's a line of like other colored balls. Snooker, I hardly know her. It's neat. You should watch snooker sometime. You probably wouldn't like it. You need a high IQ to enjoy snooker. I'm joking, clearly. These people might enjoy that, or they're just playing some really old variant of billiards upon which I do not know. Hello. It seems that Rudy Dijon is Gloria's Swansong's brother and Gertie's son. You surmise that Swan Song must be Gloria's stage name. Rudy is a handsome man and any woman would be attracted to him, but you sense an undercurrent of hostility in Rudy, a sense that he should not be crossed. He looks sinister. Got that wax mustache. I don't like it. Gloria Swansong, a beautiful platinum blonde, is the colonel's other niece and Gertie's daughter. She seems so glamorous with her long feather boa, stunning jewels, and lovely gown. You've been told that she's a successful actress in Hollywood, although you've never heard of her. Control yourself, Jeremy. Snooki from Jersey Shore. No, not that game. That's a different activity. Please make it brief, darling. Okay. My sister and I are talking. Do you mind? Hurry up and get on with it. Rudy looks at you impatiently. Listen, darling, don't you have anything better to do? This is why I haven't talked to anybody. Claire tries to ignore you, but this is where, like... can I turn on the player piano? That is not clear. Use player piano. You don't have it. Play piano. Never really played the piano, but there's a winding mechanism on the side of the piano. Wind piano. You're not close enough. Okay. They don't want to talk. They don't want to talk because they're all engaged in like scandalous, gossiping about everything that's going on. Some people are so rude, don't you think, darling? Darling? I know what you mean, toots. I just thought you would enjoy some tunes with your murderous conversation. It'll cover your murder talk. You can thank me later when I'm blackmailing you. They're plotting Dijon's murder. They're all figuring out how to get Dijon's famous mustard. This is the back downstairs hallway of the big house. Double French doors lead out the back. Do, 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 do. A very elegant dining room. It looks like the colonel has some class after all. Dusty old mirror hanging on the wall. Okay. Cheery fire brightens the room. Lovely leaded glass hutch at the corner. It's a lovely piece, isn't it? What's this? Is this a thing? Or is that just the table? Look under table. There's something special on the table. Okay. You see it? It must just be part of the table. Like right here. It looked like a thing. But it must just be like the legs of the table. Is that the Sting theme song? Like from the movie The Sting? That is, I believe, the song called The Entertainer, but I think that wasn't the movie The Sting. But I don't think it's like Sting the Wrestler. Hey, there's a dog here. This old house has a nice big kitchen. Right now you see Kelly? I don't know how to pronounce that. I'll say Sally. I'll try and stick with that. Washing the dinner dishes while Beauregard has found a warm spot behind the stove. Hello, Beauregard. Beauregard appears to be a very old and lazy bloodhound. His loose skin hangs in folds and his long ears almost drag the ground. You sense that Beauregard must be the Colonel's beloved dog. Can't pet that dog. You're not close enough. Let me get over here. Let me pet that dog. Free dog. Pet dog. Okay. Just in case he's like, I kill you now. You never know what dog's always wagging his tail. What a dog. This is your average run-of-the-mill icebox. Can I open it? This guy, I know it's going to say, you're not close enough. You have to manually walk over to it. No, go back there. Open icebox. A leftover soup bone, as it might come in handy. You grab it and take it with you. Yay, I've got stuff. The old butter churn is empty. The smell of coffee permeates the room from the bubbling pot. Kitchen could use more cupboard space. Sally is the Colonel's cook. She's an overweight black lady who, on the surface, seems to be distant and unfriendly. However, you sense that she's probably a very nice person, just minding her own business. You have heard that Sally practices voodoo, and you wonder about this. I gotta get these dishes done before the Colonel gets mad. Go on with you now. Say what, child? I don't know about this. I ain't got nothing to say about him. If you want it, just get it. Get coffee. Never been found a coffee. Liar! Liar! Give me that coffee. I mean, I can give the dog the bone right now, but I feel like that wouldn't. Just do it yourself. What do you mean just do it? Who am I telling to do this stuff to? I want to ask someone directly about practicing magical arts. Well, they said, I'm just trying to start a conversation here with the little bit of information that I got. Jealous gave Arthur treats. I gave him a pig ear before I started the stream. He gets treats aplenty. Other people in the home give him too many treats, which I think may have something to do with him constantly whining at people because he expects to just be given something now. Not me, though. He's got to do something for those treats. I work to the public and had a random creeper come up to her and ask, "Are you a witch? I love witches." That's, I mean, was there like, I'm just struggling to like I'm not trying to take the creeper's side here, because that's a weird thing to ask. Was there like any reason for it? Like, does she have a large hat? Was she stirring a cauldron at the time? I guess I don't know what would drive someone to think somebody's a witch outside of, like, you know, your old standbys, boiling children, green skin, flying on a broom. If you want to go real old school, maybe having some flying monkeys that work for you, cackling all the time. You know, there's specific things that would draw that out. But I guess nowadays, like, the modern witchcraft is a whole different animal. She was pale and had a necklace. He thought looked witchy. I mean, that's such low criteria. that's such like, you're really searching there. You know what I'm saying? You're really digging for that. What an odd thing to ask. How many times a day do you think that individual asks people that? A bad pickup line book. Was it followed by anything like, yeah, hey girl, you a witch because you cast a spell on me? I really, anyone like, do pickup lines actually work at all? Or is it that you are already someone they're interested in and that line is just an excuse to start talking? Discuss. Like, has anyone ever been like, no, I'm not interested, and then they give you a good line and you're like, all right, you got my attention now? Like, I feel like there's already got to be something there, and then whatever the line is, like, the bar's not very high. It just has to be not completely awful. Pickup lines already work if you're already talking. Yeah. It's got to, like, I struggle to think of someone who would be, like, really, like, convinced. Like, I can see if someone's on the fence that may push it over. They're like, I don't know. I thought they're all right. I wasn't sure about their personality, but like, they're already considering it, right? But if you just come up to somebody out of nowhere and throw a line at them, I feel like unless you're already their type, that's not gonna, you're not gonna get anything. It's just me. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Just cash in the situation. Yeah. See, those situations, like, generally as a rule, like, never throw that at people who, like, it's their job to be nice to you. That doesn't mean they wouldn't be nice normally. But if you only see them at their job where they are obligated to be nice to you, then, like, don't do it. Color, I played this banger in grayscale. Did you play this in grayscale? I don't even know it had grayscale. I suppose it would, because computers at the time might not have had any colors. What's up, Mr. Dilly Tingle? Welcome in. You're standing in the northeast corner of the house, right outside the kitchen. Beside the kitchen door, you see a doghouse and a cellar. It's real creepy and dark out here. You shiver at the thought of venturing outside alone. Perhaps you ought to go back inside. Hold on. You're not close enough. You peer into the dark interior of the doghouse and look around. Currently, it's empty. I don't know, there could have been, like, money in there or something. What's this? What's this? Appears to be a cellar door here. Should I open that cellar door? I feel like I shouldn't. Let's go back in. You feel better now that you're back in the house. It was scary out there. I don't know, was it? I don't trust if it's a job to be nice. Yeah. Because like, you should always just make that assumption. Like, if you're at a restaurant and, like, the wait staff are, like, nice and seem kind of flirty, like, they're working for tips. And, like, that's part of customer service. If you see them somewhere else where they're not in that situation and you get the same vibe, that's the only time you could actually, like, you should consider that. But, like, Because I know a lot of people that are like that, like, oh, that waitress is really into me. Like, no, that waitress is really into customer service and a good tip. The money kind of tip, to be clear. The financial rewards. That's what you must assume. Also, there's just something about someone like they're not there because they want to be there, and they don't have the option to just go away, right? They're the captive audience. That is, like, to me, like the worst time to like try to pursue someone like that, try to chat someone up, because like they don't. It's like if you don't have that awareness, like this person is trapped here, and you're like, hey, this is the perfect time to chat them up because they can't escape. Maybe that's not what you consider, but like you should. Everyone is going to be. I mean, these Sky accents after. I mean, I'm sure Sky could pull it off, but again, like Sky could go in with the presumption that they're already into it. They already like what they see. They just need that. They just need that line as the excuse. It's just the icebreaker. It's just to get the door open the rest of the way. But the crack was already there. Tell me the girl in Raisins on South Park wasn't Butter's girlfriend. I don't believe so. In South Park, Butters keeps going to that fast food place. The workers nice to them. Yep. Back door, a garden path encircles a small statue, then continues on through a lovely rose arbor. Is that Pan? There's an exquisite statue of a dancing satyr. Well, I guess it could just be a satyr. It doesn't specifically have to be Pan. There are 2 garden benches here. Yeah, this is not creepy, apparently, I guess, because there's flowers here. This is a wonderful little garden. You wonder who planted it. Certainly not the Colonel. I don't know. Why not? He could be into it. He could be into it. You don't know. Awful judgy. Roses surround the little heart-shaped garden. Okay. Well, maybe I'm being too judgy, but the Colonel doesn't strike me as someone who would be like, I'm going to plant a perfect heart-shaped garden. Maybe I could be wrong. Maybe I'm falling for the same thing, Fifi, or maybe he had a late spouse. No, there's no mention of that. Upon 2 marble pedestals sit matching marble urns. Can I look at the urns? Examine urn. Search urn. There's Silverhead one. She passed, couldn't destroy it. Yeah. Or he just bought this place from somebody else who was really into it. Just bought it out from under them and kicked them out. They usually have examples of commands. Talk, tell, ask, talk to, about, take, look at. Because that was something that caught me up in the Crimson Diamond, where I kept looking at stuff and I wasn't getting anywhere. And then I looked and it was like, try examine, try search. Like, okay. The sweet sound of cicadas. I don't think it's a cicada year this year. I haven't really heard a ton of them. I thought I heard one, but it could have been something else. Could have just been like, I don't know, grasshoppers. Two garden benches. And the garden benches even have little, well, it could be. They look like they got little hearts on them. All right. Well, Higurashi. I'm about to get fed some spike-filled food, or murdered by a grade schooler. I suppose anything. Hey guys, look at the mirror. Do you notice that the mirror is functional? This game came out in 1989. You know what game came out this decade that doesn't have a functional mirror? RoboCop. Look at that. Look at that. Don't tell me mirrors are too hard. They were doing it in 1989. They were doing it in 1989 in a cave with a box of scraps. Oh my God, I knew that was going to happen. Gotta make sure I pet the dog still. Pet dog. Okay. Where's my inventory? How do I access my inventory? Control I. Okay. What do you mean not close enough? I'm right there. My arms could reach that. Shaman is mirror hate. It's all RoboCop. I could add Resident Evil to that, but Resident Evil's not fair because Resident Evil Requiem like does on some versions. It's just on the base PS5 it doesn't. Autosave work? I don't know if it does, but I'm not going to use it because it would likely just like, it just sets me up for failure. Sometimes I need to go back to an early save because I missed something. How these games are. What do you mean? That was the norm at the time, particularly for Sierra. Was a lot of like, oopsie doodle, you died. Ha ha ha. Go back to start. Yeah. Okay. Games to understand dinner. Ask her about the dog. He's just an old hound dog, that's all. Ask her about the garden. What difference do it make? Okay, lady, damn. Inspect icebox just to get hit with not close enough. Yeah. There's a certain degree of clunkiness to be expected. It's creepy out here. The cellar door. Okay. Open cellar. Oh, I'll get so close. So close you won't even believe it. What do you mean not close enough? Okay. I guess they just don't want me to open it. Not right now anyway. I don't know where do I need to be here? Do I need to be inside the thing? Guess we'll just move on. Or so it just hits a certain part of the brain. Yeah. That's why, I mean, like, I started playing this because I would have found it eventually, but after that Crimson Diamond game, it was like, oh, this game is so neat and charming. And this is the series that it was like based on, riffing on, referencing. Okay, well, I haven't gone anywhere else. Oh, I went to the Rose Garden. We'll go look at the Rose Garden again. Homaging. Yes, yes. Just like Daphne from Scooby-Doo. Scooby and the gang got a mystery to solve. We haven't even gotten to the mystery. The mystery so far is just like, everyone's very rude. What's up with this old guy? I'm sure he'll get murdered eventually. And then I'll figure out only then, like, oh no, I missed clues. Okay. I don't know. I poked around there, and we'll see how obvious anything is. I mean, I'm having to just like completely start it over. I'm like, yeah, I just can't get anywhere. Well, you're supposed to talk to somebody 18 times. All right, let's go back in here. Shut the fuck up, my shit is on. Oh, I hadn't been here before. I just would have just left this place. The kind of G little homies want to be like, on my knees in the night, so it bears in the street light. That's a good song. The Weird Al version is good too. They're both great. It was one of my my all-time favorite shorts was from Armored Core 6, where you fight the other Raven. And in this clip, the player had the pile bunker arm equipped, and so does the Raven you fight. And it stops when he's pulling his pile bunker back to finish the guy off, and it freeze frames because the other Raven, the other mech he's fighting, is also prepping the pile bunker, and it just pulls back to the because I remember that fight, and I had a similar situation where I also had the pile bunker that was just wrecking everything, and I roll up on him, and I see just as I'm hitting him, he was just about to punch me with his. It's oh, you're too slow, old man. It was so satisfying. I don't know if any of you guys played Armored Core 6. That pile bunker is the greatest weapon ever. It's so satisfying when you wail on someone and they just explode to pieces. If you didn't know that one's going to lose all respect, how could you not know? How could you not remember? It was all over the place on MTV back in the day. Yeah, AC6 was amazing. This must be the library. You see many books of various and sundry topics displayed in the bookcases. Tucked into one wall, you notice an elevator shaft. Dr. Wilbur C. Fields is a pudgy man in his mid-50s. Again, these people are aging terribly. He seems to be a nervous type and sweats profusely. You wonder about his medical practices and if he ever samples his own wares. Maybe more, but only 4 to 5 missions. It's so good. It's so good. But if you want the whole thing, you kind of have to play it 3 times. Because then some missions become different. You can explore different pathways. But you can if you play a new game plus, you get to keep all your equipment and stuff, so you can just unlock more and more stuff. Yeah, it was so fun. There are some rough spots in that, but I love the variety of builds you can get. So Varden played the entire thing. It was the first series he did when I met him. Oh, I'll have to go watch that. I remember I was really excited playing that. A lot of people were streaming it. Similar to you know how Elden Ring had the pre-nerf Radahn, and there was a badge of honor for you if you beat Radahn pre-nerf, because they made him easier, quote unquote. They nerfed some parts of him, and there was the ball enemy. It was the first boss that was a real brick wall for people, and then they tuned it down a little bit. But I know a lot of people who just kept ramming into it, just beating their head against that ball until they finally broke through. And then they nerfed it after that, and it was I wasted so much time. When I was just going through it, I told him he was fighting the easy version. He damn near cried. Because it's still tough. The same with Radahn, they still got a lot of punishing stuff, but there's certain parts of it that they turned down a bit. I don't remember if I beat Radahn before or after that. I don't think I'd reached Radahn before that patch came out. Even then, I summoned all those people for the Radahn fight. I was they're here. I'm gonna use them. I hated that in Elden Ring when people are if you use summons, that's just cheating. You're just playing on easy mode. It's in the game. I'm not gonna miss out on this cool content in the game because someone's gonna waggle their finger at how I play it. Kiss my grits, man. I think I beat him, and then the next day the patch came out. It was the other way around. Yeah. Imagine I'm just that good. I'm sure talking to those people that come in to tell you how better they are than you. Yeah. That's why, I want to play some of the Souls games, but, I had a friend who was streaming Souls games, back when, Dark Souls was still new, and I remember the chat from that, could get pretty ugly. Oh, mod games to make it easier, and they can cry about it. Being pre-patched. I don't use this or that. Yeah. Yeah, it's cool. Play it however you want to play it. you pat yourself in the back for whatever difficulty you created for yourself. That's neat. I'm not going to yuck your yum. But like it crosses the line for me when they're like, you should use this build. You shouldn't use that build. Like, nah, I'm going to do what I want. It was single player. I don't give a fuck. Yeah. No, nor should you. Nor should you. The whole difficulty discussion is asinine. Like, people should play on whatever constraints they want to play on a single player game. Assuming it's not a car drive, it's an airplane. Shut up and fly along. Yeah. If it was like if people rode in cars the way they hang out in some of these streams, there would be a lot of cars flying off the road from people suddenly jerking the wheel. I haven't encountered too much of that, so I feel fortunate for that. But I've seen streams like that, like the Armored Core games or any Souls-like games where people are just like, you need to go here and get this stuff. It's like, oh, stop it. Oh, you're using summons? Noob. Like, oh, come on. Get out of here. People get bolder when there's a screen in between you. Yep. Yep. Would you like a drink? No, thank you. Currently, you don't see an elevator. Just a shaft. Oh, where did that guy go? I want to talk to that guy. Oh, come on. I wanted a drink. Talk to doctor. Can I just call him doctor? Yay, knows who I'm talking about. Just spoiling the game. The streamer they want to hit. Some people just don't like. Some people do it on purpose. Some people just don't consider it at all, no matter how old the game is. Because it doesn't matter now. Like, there's so many games, like the day the game is released to the general public, somebody will have a full playthrough on YouTube. Like, people will already know everything about it. He likes your look. He's got that waggling eyebrow there. Ah, so you're Lillian's friend, Laura, is it? You look very nice, Laura. Very nice indeed. I don't like this weird, sweaty doctor. I don't like Dr. Feelgood so much. Dirty old man! HIPAA did not exist yet. This is fine. Harry's got more life in him than you might think. Yes, sirree. Ah, Fifi, wonderful girl, wonderful girl. This game doesn't understand suck. Well, you'll get there eventually. His name is not Dr. His name is Wilbur. Seems to be very interested in that magazine. Oh, he's crossed his legs over there. And it's very, very gentlemanly. Like, it isn't Dr. Feelgood, right? It's Feels. It's Dr. Feels. It may as well be Feelgood, though. Feels is not better. Feels is worse. Just gonna feel for lumps. No! Most of the sofas look very old, dusty, and uncomfortable. What are these books here? You see some books on the table. Let's go look at the books. What kind of books? Look at books on table. You see some books on the table. Read books. You glance at the titles of various books, but frankly find most of them boring. You decide to pass. Isn't that always it? Bookcases are crammed full of books. And what's over here? Boo-ba-doo-doo-doo. I'll give them a pass on this game because there's nothing that said like, oh yeah, she's a writer or she's an avid reader or anything like that. But it's something that drives me crazy in games where you're playing a character who naturally should have an interest in books and reading, and you look at a book and it says, I don't have time for something as boring as reading a book. You're like, you're a writer. What do you mean you don't read books? You're a history teacher. You don't read any books? You know what I'm talking about? The number of times that comes up in games where someone definitely should be a book reader who then calls books boring. Are you sure you know who this person is? Those hats from the 90s. the boob inspector. the FBI, the federal boob inspector. Nerd. Yeah, but it's like Indiana Jones. Like, Indiana Jones never reads. Like, how do you think he knows stuff? He does action stuff too, but he absolutely reads books. This appears to be the Colonel's study, as a large desk dominates the room. Upon the desk, you notice a small glass case. At the back of the room, 2 large cabinets also catch your attention. Is that a gun in that case? Fifi is the Colonel's pretty French maid. You surmise that she is probably very apt in her duties, whatever they may be. Fifi is young, blonde, and sexy. Although she seems to have a vivacious personality, you can sense a certain cunning underneath it all. Fifi doesn't have time for idle chit-chat. She's too busy cleaning the Colonel's study. Ask Fifi about garden. Okay. That's fine. Is that a rhino head up there? That is. It's a rhino head up there. What's in the case? You look through the small glass case and notice a little silver derringer mounted upon a blue velvet backing. What if I open the case? The glass case is locked. What if I break the glass? No, I shouldn't. I shan't. What's up, Crooked Gamer? Welcome in. Audio books. How is an audio book less boring to someone? If someone finds reading a book too boring, I guess no, I take that back, because you can have an audio book that is like a really like someone's like really delivering on the audio work. I guess I can understand that. I don't have a problem with people reading audiobooks, but it is different from not people listening to audiobooks. But I will say, I'm just being pedantic here. You can't say you read a book if you listen to it. You say you listened to an audiobook. Because that's what you did. You did not read. Reading is not listening. You listened to the book. I'm not saying it's lesser. I'm just saying that's the terminology. Anyway. People think you can't read or hate books. No, I'm just using that as an example. Because I played a lot of games where people are like in a position where they should be accustomed to and possibly enjoy or seek out reading books. And you look at a book and it says, I'm not going to waste my time on that. These books are boring. and it's like, you look at the book and it's like a history of battleships. Like, this person loves battleships. Like, oh, okay. Books is still a book. People reading YouTube video counts as me reading a book. It's you can't call it reading. You can't call it reading, Jeremy. We've been through this. Comic books were voice acted, sound affected, music affected. Better than some animated movies. I mean, they have the advantage of like directly relaying what was in them, what was in the book. It's reading. Look up reading in the dictionary. Reading is something specific. It's just the terminology. The terminology is the only thing I have an issue with. Like Gordon Freeman did in his PhD, looking through a bunch of books. I can't read. Well, you should learn. You know, there's a whole world of adventure waiting for you in the books. You know, butterfly in the sky. I can fly twice as high. Take a look in a book. Reading Rainbow. Come on now. Charlie the Forge is telling you to read a book. You should read a book. He's a cool dude. In the games you read out loud. This is the book I read today. God damn. That is some, I don't agree with that. I won't sign off on any sort of like work release program stuff for this. Like, if you're trying to get that free personal pan pizza from Pizza Hut by counting my stream as reading, I cannot help you with that. I will not be a part of your crimes. I will not. I will not help you defraud Pizza Hut with that. Do they even still do that anymore? I see a large globe in the corner of the study. I don't know if this is going to give me anything different. Okay, it doesn't. I don't defraud pizza. You guys can defraud pizza however you like. Never watched Reading Rainbow. More In Between the Lions. I'm not familiar with that one. Reading Rainbow was on a lot when I was a kid. and I'm a big Next Generation fan, so like LeVar Burton, you know, it's like, hey, it's Geordi. What's he doing? The finely carved fireplaces show the craftsmanship of bygone days. They don't make anything like they used to, I'll tell you what. A huge rhino head hangs above the fireplace. 2 African spears cross beneath it. Stuffed eagles at the top of the cabinet. It's a large cabinet with plain glass doors. Fancy cabinet with leaded glass doors. Can I open the cabinet? Cautiously, you peek inside the open door of the cabinet. Not surprisingly, part of the Colonel's weapons collection is housed there. Within the cabinet, you see an Australian boomerang, a steel cutlass, a pearl-handed dagger, a mace, and an antique crossbow. This dude, I have no idea. I have no idea if they still have that. I don't even know if there's still a pizza in the area. I think there is. I know the one that we ate at when we were kids, when that was active, is long gone. And then the one that they opened was, I think it was takeout only, which I think it's moved twice. So I don't even know if there's still one close by. Louisiana, still got it in Louisiana? I mean, I like that program because I like pizza and I like to read, and it worked out better for everyone. You know, my hometown's apparently shut down. It's been dead for years. Yeah, pizza's a tough business, man. Like Pizza Hut, like I don't know what they did wrong, but I know every other pizza place did better and came in and just ate their lunch. They just ate Pizza Hut to death, just like Pizza the Hut. And like Domino's came out of nowhere and like stomped them. Little Caesars is good, like cheap, quick pizza, although it's not as cheap anymore. But it's like I could eat a whole like cheese pizza from Little Caesars, like myself. I won't because I die, but like I could. Doesn't fill me up that much. But all that cheese would just go straight into my organs and block everything up. Domino's Pizza have great deals. We got Domino's like once because somebody in the family was like, they have this deal, but it was very deceptively worded and confusing when they went to order it. And we definitely didn't get as much as they thought. It's my gas station pizza, Casey's. There's been a bunch of Casey's opening up around here. And I had somebody that I used to work with who was always recommending the Casey's pizza. But I never went there and got it for lunch because it was weird getting like a whole pizza for lunch. But also there was like other places that had the food that was more like lunchtime food. I still love Pizza Hut. It was the Alfredo. Now they changed it. Yeah, I haven't had Pizza Hut. I don't remember the last time I had Pizza Hut. It's been many years now. I'm too snooty. I mean, the place I used to eat at for lunch was attached to the gas station, and everyone would say that. You mean that place attached to the gas station? And I'm like, they don't keep gas inside. This isn't like TV where there's some like grease, like some mechanic with hands covered in grease who's like over there dumping his hands in the salad bar. Like it's a separate restaurant, but they always like put people off. Nobody said it when it became a Mexican restaurant, which is weird to me. Like they just ate there. Nobody ever said anything about being in a gas station. But when I told them that you go at the place that had like Polish sausage and burgers and the Sunrise Burger, which would stop your heart, it was amazing. It's a burger, bacon, hash browns, and a fried egg. Oh, that burger was amazing. I'd kill for that burger. But yeah, they closed down. But that's I never went anywhere else because I just wanted that death burger. No Pizza Hut in Manhattan last I checked. Why would you need one? I mean, yeah. I don't know how you could enter. You'd have to really bring the razzle dazzle to try and compete with like on the New York pizza scene. Chicago style pizza, like in Chicago, that's a whole different animal too. I feel like either the Chicago area market or the New York area market would be very tough for some like family restaurant chain to show up for some brand eating, Get a slice for $1.50 and damn you every block. Yeah. why would pizza, like, if I don't know, man. I don't see Pizza Hut like jumping in there unless they're going to do something special. Got to take care of the kiddo. All right, Deku. Thanks for dropping on. Always good to see you. Take care of them chillins. Catch you on the next one. Or when you can. I know you got a lot going on. We'll see you when I see you. Pieces look like flatbread and taste good. Yeah, it depends on it, because like I like both. They're both very different, and I'm not gonna say one is better than the other. I'm not gonna pick a side on that. Tried deep dish so bad. It can be really good. It can go terribly wrong, but it can be really good. They're all worth it. They're all worth it. They're so very different. They're so very different. But like, I've had both styles, and like, both of them have their place. That's the thing with pizza, man. I've never had pizza that was so bad that I regretted eating that pizza. I know some have. I don't have that worst pizza in life I had here in Manhattan. I don't think I've never had pizza that was like, I've had pizza that was less good, but I did, it was burned. I've had pizza with like burnt crust. I still ate it. The cheese was still good. I wish that I'm a worst enemy. I think in order for the pizza to be like so bad that I'd be like, oh, that was bad, it would have to be like expired, like moldy cheese or something. Carefully open the class door of the cabinet. Look inside. Stored within is Colonel's rifle collection. There's a shelf with books, a fireplace. Nobody's in here. She's just dusting. I don't know. You can make pizza that bad. I don't know. You have to try, I think. Or just have some really like weird acquired taste kind of thing. Like, we just dumped a can of corn on this pizza and whole olives. And then we put 3 individual like little shreds of mozzarella on it, and then covered the whole thing in tangy mayo. That sounds not great. I've never had that. I don't know who else tried. There was some video online people were ragging on, were like, the place they were cooking the pizza looked absolutely filthy, and like there's no sink, so it's like it doesn't look like the person's really washing their hands, and they're just like dumping cans of stuff on. It just looks horrible. I'm like, oh no, down there it's very popular. I'm like, corn pizza is good with meat. It just depends. Like, I'm not gonna write it off, but like if you just open a can of corn and don't even drain it, just like throw it on there. We're supposed to say it was just pure black bottom and top. There's no saving that. If they've carbonized the whole thing, like you're just eating ash at that point. Except they went back and asked, return my money. That's malicious, man. That's malicious. You are standing in the northwest corner of the house right outside the Colonel's study. Boop. Boop. I see a rusted iron bell at the top of an old bell tower. A rope dangles a short distance beneath the bell, while a ladder runs up the tower's side. Behind a weathered fence, you also notice the remnants of the old plantation's fields. Short rope hangs slightly below the old bell tower. There's a rusty iron ring attached to the bottom of it. You scared away a bat. From over here? I'm just looking. How did he detect my eyes gazing upon him? Why, you're on a birthday cake? Jeremy's looking for that yellow cake. I like that Chappelle Show sketch. We got a problem. They got that yellow cake, and then they bring out a piece of cake later. Don't drop that shit. For the God, you don't drop that shit. And then later on, it cuts back, and he's just eating it. I do like cake. I like yellow cake. All right. I like strawberry cake's pretty good. Jum, you coming back from Africa? Are you and Ja Rule coming back to start a new Fire Fest and all the the scandal that entails chocolate for me. I've had a lot of chocolate because like I typically like wouldn't really want a cake for like several years. And almost nobody eats cake. Like when we get together, like family birthdays, nobody wants a cake. We just get like a big cookie now. And hardly anyone even eats that anymore either. My mom was quite fond of German chocolate cake with like a coconut frosting. That was pretty good. It was pretty good. I had a lot of that because that was about, you know, the only time we would like make a cake. Lost me at coconut. Maybe it wasn't coconut. I'm pretty sure it was coconut. It might not have been coconut. It may have been another kind of nut frosting. Fire alarm is back. Never mind, they canceled it. Well, that was quick. I'm going to look this up here. Nope, it is frosting, coconut and pecans. My mom was a big fan of pecans. A lot of people don't like coconut. I don't like coconut like in a candy bar, like an Almond Joy or a Mounds. I'm not a fan of that, but like, it was good. It was good. It mixed in well with the pecan flavor in the cake. It comes together well. I wouldn't just eat the frosting, but like all together was good. I just decided to check this down in again. I can't believe they even tried. That's very wild. I need to pop out real quick and say hello to Mr. Arthur and double check and make sure he's doing okay. And also I've had too much slurry and I have to go deal with that. So I will be back in just a few moments and we'll continue my very, very slow moving. I'm spending way too much time on chat. Not your fault, mine. We're going to keep going on this. I want to at least get to the murder before the stream ends today. If we don't at least see like the beginning of a mystery, you know, I'll feel bad. I'll be back in just a few moments. Stay tuned. Oh, there we go. Like, I forgot the game. Where's the game? Come back. It's still here. Dog was good. He's napping. He sleeps a lot during the day, which is kind of bad because he gets way too rambunctious late at night when he should be like settling in. He gets really ramped up, but it's fine. I would rather he's got tired as the day went on, but he seems kind of nocturnal. Bunch of trees, this bell tower. I don't know how much time I should spend wandering around outside. I have dog running cat software. He's something. On this end of the island, there's a small, quaint chapel. Behind it, you see an old family cemetery. Okay. Can we get in there and check any of this stuff out? This is the old plantation chapel. Above the pulpit, you see a beautiful stained glass window. I feel like I should save. I don't know the auto save when it is saving. I'll just call this 4. Just to confuse myself. Gorgeous stained glass window. Nothing special about the pulpit. Candles on the wall. Each alcove shelters a small statue of a religious figure. This place looks kind of run down a little bit. To the cemetery. Can I get in there? I can't get in there. This is an old family graveyard behind the little chapel. Set among the various family graves and monuments, you notice 2 large tombs. Crouton and Dijon. It looks like a new metal door. Granite slabs form the tomb doors. The graves and monuments belong to various members of the Crouton family, ranging from the large monument of Patriarch Francois Crouton and his wife Claudette, to the simple grave of Sarah Crouton, who was 17 when she died in 1871. Let me in! This is normal, right? Open tomb. The tomb door is sealed. You can't enter it. What about the Dijon tomb? Uh-oh. I'm getting struck by lightning, aren't I? Cautiously, you look inside the tomb. This is when I die. Currently, it's just an empty tomb. One day, this will be the final resting place of Colonel Dijon. So who are the Croutons? The Croutons? You know? Welcome back. Thank you. Salad makers. You know, it's very funny. If you think about it. Anybody else catch on to this yet? The Dijon's a kind of mustard. So Colonel Dijon is Colonel Mustard. In our mystery game of Clue. Honestly, it didn't occur to me, and you know, until I was checking the dog. It's like, wait a minute. Johnson. Grandparents were Johnson. No, it's crouton. Crouton. Like the, you know, the stale bread crouton. Should I ring this bell? You need to pull on the rope to ring the bell. Pull rope. You reach up and try to grab the ring attached to the end of the rope. But, oh, what did that say? Can't quite get it. But the short rope is too high for you to reach the ring. What if I climb the ladder? Oh, there she goes. See, now I scared the bat away. Dusty cobwebs cover the old bell that over years has rusted in place. What's your height? My height? Or Laura Bowe's height? I don't know, Laura Bowe's height. I'm 5'11". I suspect I could be a 6 even if I didn't slouch so much. My posture is nothing to write home about. I'm spending all my day shrimping on the computer. That and like, I don't consider that like that tall. Like they're certainly much taller than that. But it's tall enough that like it can make things uncomfortable in some spaces. So I've gotten so used to like minimizing my appearance and trying to shrink myself down. It doesn't always work that well. Tall me by several inches. You just get those leg implants where they saw your legs open and put bones in there. You just take somebody else's bones and then just like wear them like shoes. Like take their leg off at the knee and then just like, or you could fashion them out of wood. You don't have to take actual bones for this. Crouton doesn't ring a bell. Okay. I'll ask somebody about it. Make stilts. Yeah. I guess you could just make stilts and not out of people's legs. Welcome back, Judd. Oh, they're gone. Can I take a billiard ball? Scan is not an examine table. Examine balls. You see 3 balls in the billiard table, 2 red and 1 white. Take red ball. You don't need any billiard balls. You don't know me. Let's talk about how the main character's, main character's too short. Laura's too short to reach this rope to ring the bell. Oh, somebody's gone. Clarence is sullenly at the bar. Who's the butler? Sculpt and marble board. I want to talk to the butler. I can't stop him. Dang it. Tell me about the croutons. You didn't concern yourself with the old crouton family. Clarence sits there smoking a cigar. He doesn't answer. Okay. Okay. Fair enough. Well, she's tall as everyone else in the game. Yeah, I don't think it's that she's too short to reach it. I think that the rope is too short. The rope is the issue, not me. It's the world that must change. Not us. That rope must become longer. All right. I mean, I've talked to a lot of people here. I've wandered in and out of rooms. I found a bone that I will give to the dog at some point. I don't think I should give it to the dog now. Hello. Hello, Colonel. Quit coming in my room, young lady. Ask Colonel about crouton. I don't study up on the crouton family. He doesn't know nothing. Tell me about the garden. I don't know anything about it. Fiji. Fifi. Leave my mate alone. Okay, this guy doesn't want to talk. But what if I just go in this other room over here? You can't stop me. Doesn't appear this room has been used in a long time. However, it currently seems to be the guest room of Dr. Wilbur C. Fields. If it hasn't been used in a long time, but it's the current guest room, is he not using it? Oh, we can look at his medical bag. Dr. Fields' bag. Dresser. Several old crates been piled in the corner. Let's open that bag. What you got in that bag? Open bag. Since it belongs to Dr. Fields, you should leave it alone. No, I shouldn't. No, I should take it. Oh, that was multiple endings. Mostly like, just like what happened in the Crimson Diamond, you get to the end, it'll ask you several questions like, who did this? Can you prove it? Who did that? Can you prove it? What proof do you have? How do you know this? How do you know that? And that will depend on like what you actually encountered or what you have in your notes. And then depending on how much you get right, you may see different things in the ending and you'll get a different ranking. Many knickknacks throughout the house. Dressing table sits against the wall with a large mirror attached to it. Drawers armoire against the side wall. There's the elevator. It's odd to see a newfangled elevator in this old-fashioned house. But how else would the Colonel go up and down the stairs? I mean, he could go down very easily. He just wouldn't get back up. It's very easy to get. Like anyone could go downstairs. You know, safely is another thing, but if you ask me, I don't think she has any. Oh, hello, dear. Gotta push Jum down the stairs. I don't need a push. I can fall down the stairs on my own, thank you. So Lillian seemed to be having a little mother-daughter chat. Those are the people who used to live here back before the Civil War. I'm not sure, but I think they were killed then. Tell me about that garden. What difference does it make? What is a crouton? Isn't that something you put on salads? Yeah. Forgot she invited you there. Yep. It was very weird. She's invited me here to frame me for murder is probably it. What difference does it make? Do you like my new outfit, Lil? Not particularly, Mother. Sick burn. Ask about the doctor. I don't know why Uncle Henry keeps him around. Dr. Fields is nothing but a lecherous old quack. If he's such a fake, I don't understand what Uncle Henry sees in her. That's all I have to say about these people. The girl better watch her step around here. Okay. Uncle Henry and I are very close. At least we used to be. He's always been like a father to me, you know. I see. Henry's always been a penny-pinching miser. And he hates people. That's why he lives way out here. I could use some extra spending money. Here it comes. She's in it for the money. We'll talk about that later, Lillian. Your mom's probably broke. What about the money? This game doesn't understand money. I don't know anything about it. Okay. By the fireplace, you notice a picture of Colonel Dijon in his younger, more vital days. On the opposite wall, you also see a picture of a little girl. Funny, the girl's eyes have a strange, hollow look to them. 2 corners of the room, you see 2 dressers. I didn't even go out this way, did I? I don't know what to ask about besides just asking everybody about everybody else. I feel like I am too conservative about asking about things. We haven't gotten like any kind of info yet. Examine dollhouse. It's a wonderful old dollhouse, but you better leave it alone. Okay. Let's open this wardrobe. They'll probably tell us we don't need to. Armoire is empty. I'm glad it knew what I said. There are some old toys left over from many years ago. You see several old toys in the dusty shelves. Well, okay. I'm going to ask him about the nursery. Like, whose nursery was this? Does Henry have children? Because it seems like everybody is like nephews. Oh, hi, person I invited here. What do I care about it? Dang it. Children? I wouldn't know about it. Okay. Such a stifling night, don't you think? Yeah, I guess. All right. Let's look elsewhere. Do. Hey, you want to chat now? Can we talk now? Oh, it's you, Laura. How's Trix? How's Trix, Dollface? Uncle Henry hasn't always understood me. I could sure use his money, support more. Nobody's gonna know about this garden. What about it? She's a looker, all right, but she ain't to be trusted. That's what they're all gonna say that. What about it? I'm sure this is gonna have strangely hollow eyes as well. Strange, far away look in them. They're all. It's that classic like. There's no eyes there. Someone's standing behind there watching you. How would I know? Okay. What does he want? What does he have to give me? What can I ask Rudy about? People here. Fifi, Silly, Clarence, Jeeves, Gloria. Don't listen to what the others say about Gloria. She's a really good cookie. I could go for a cookie. Ask about Lillian. Lillian has always overreacted to things. Someone ought to teach her some self-control. It's got to be a secret passage. Yeah, there's got to be something somewhere. What about Ethel? And Ethel's always drunk. Who cares about her? Ruthless, man. Absolutely ruthless. She's a strange old gal. Do you know anything about the Croutons? I think the Croutons used to own this place before my uncle bought it, but I'm not sure about that. Leave my mother out of this. Ask him about his father. No, I can't. Ask Rudy. What about me? What about it? Oh. Clarence. Nothing but a lying scoundrel. Tell me about the doctor. What do you care? He's nothing but a jerk doctor. This guy doesn't have much good to give us. I don't have anything else to truly get into right now. I think I've asked him about everybody here. Okay, well, I'm out of here. Do. Yeah, where would the secret passages be? Oh. Act 2. Oh boy. We're already there. It's 8 p.m. I heard the manual said has like a brief rundown of the acts. Oh no, it's just like the first act. It was over the scene. Oh no, it's just act 1. Never mind. Next are there 8 acts. Gloria looks awfully tired. Perhaps you shouldn't bother her. You notice a portrait of magnificent Palomino on the wall. Could it be the Colonel's horse in better days? Funny, the horse seems to have a strange vacant stare. Somewhere there's a secret passage that gets in all of these rooms. Someone's being murdered right now. They very well could be. There he is, just puffing away, staring into space. So far has not wished to speak with me. Doctor's still wandering about. I was kind of asking him about his family. He's just going to tell me to get out. What are you doing here? If your son's just ready to go find him. Why don't you spend time with her rather than me? Tell me about yourself. I'm not discussing myself with you. Okay. Tell me about the war. I guess not. That's because my sister with you. Okay, this guy just, you don't want to talk about nothing. You want to talk about nothing. Doesn't know nothing about nothing. I want to discuss nothing. I guess that's fine. He'll be dead soon. Let's just smash into the bathroom and see who's in here. No one? Okay. Ask him how he got rich. I know the game doesn't understand money. I don't know how I could ask him. Ask him about fortune. Uh-oh, I did it again. I have a bad habit of like holding the key down to move instead of just pressing it, letting her wander. I'm stuck in the fireplace. Fortune? No, I misspelled it. Ask him about the will. I wouldn't know about it. I don't care about it. I don't know. The dog? Don't you be messing with my dog. Okay. A good idea. Get in the elevator. I feel like I will die. Maybe I will. We'll just call this 6. Use elevator. You don't have it. Open elevator. Set up elevator. Okay, never mind. He just says no. I'll have to wait till he's, gone. Oh, got some thunder rolling in. I'm glad the weather held off until I was able to take Arthur for the long walk earlier today. Because I won't be going now. Is it locked? I don't even have the option. If I try to get into it, the colonel just says no, and that's the end of it. Where do they go? Beneath a set of 3 small pictures, you notice a small door in the wall. Open door. You're not close enough. Open. What was that? Open door. You're not close enough. Open door. It appears to be a chute of some kind. You wonder where it goes to. Go and shoot. Yeah, it's going to be like a laundry chute. I knew that was going to happen. As soon as I said like, oh, it's a chute, I'm like, oh, okay, that's not it. Okay. Wonder where it goes. Closed door. Okay. There's a laundry chute there. Although I didn't find like a laundry. Maybe it goes down to the cellar. I have to drop down the chute. It's possible. It's possible. My eyeball on the walls here. I don't see anything in there. Where would the secret door be? If I were a secret door, where would I go? Lovely vase rests atop a marble pedestal. A beautiful porcelain cat sits elegantly on a marble pedestal. 2 Greek statues guard both sides of the bathroom door. Perhaps the bathroom has a secret door. Can we toss the dollhouse down it? Why would we do that? That's so brutal. I don't think we could. I don't think we could get the dollhouse. It would be reasonable for it to be in the main bedroom or somewhere more accessible than that. That's the elevator. I don't see anything else that looks... I mean, it may not be like obvious visually where it is either. There's a lot of stuff that I think the game's just not gonna... Did something happen in here? A small table is lying outside near a wide open window. Uh-oh. Is that cigar smoke you smell? Crumpled plant lies on the floor next to the small table. Has been knocked over. Oh, someone's done for. Who would have opened the window and why? Trying to look out window. Curiously, you peer through the window into the darkness outside. Looking downward, do you think you see something but can't make out details? All right, we're going outside. Somebody's dead. Although that cigar smoke reminded me of something that I did catch. I don't think I got to go back to a point before. Someone's walking outside on the second story veranda. Who could it be? God, who is the cigar? Well, like the colonel has that cigar. I'm going to go back to this. I don't know how this will work. Maybe I may be misremembering. Colonel smells a small, nasty smelling cigar. Smell the cigar. You don't have it. Okay. Where was Rudy? Rudy should still be around. Uh-oh. Leave me alone, you cad. Oh, he's not smoking it now. Because I think I need to examine like the cigar. Oh, was that really it? Oh, that was it. Okay. Yeah, we got to go back a ways because he's not smoking the cigar now. I think that's one of the things we have to do for the end. I don't really remember anything else. But I remember like a blip about that was like, they'll ask you about this, and because you didn't like smell the cigar or examine the cigar, I don't know. I may be wrong about that. Whoa! Looks like a wisp of mist from the bayou. Be serious, there's no time for a seance. We didn't see that before. This game reminds me of Night Trap. I missed so much from the wrong time. Yeah. And they say that in the manual, like stuff happens at certain times. Crouton, granite slabs on the door. And a crouton. How silly the tombs look. That's how these tombs. Well, I guess they would look like this, but also like with some decoration. Sarah Crouton. Should ask them about Sarah. I gotta make some notes. I should have been making notes about this. Crouton 17. I don't know if I have anything else. Anything else noteworthy? We really haven't gotten a lot of information. Nobody seems to know anything or have anything to say. So far, there's been like a lot of people who don't want to talk to us or have like one line to say. Search people for you. Yeah. I don't know. I'm already feeling like, and I expected this, but I'm going to get to the end and it's going to be like, oh, I had no idea any of that was going on whatsoever. It's busily cleaning kernel study. Examine Fifi. Currently, Fifi looks to be busily cleaning the kernel study. Smell Fifi. Sniff, sniff. Okay. Ring the bell. You can't reach the rope and the bell is rusted. No, it doesn't exist, Predmo. Okay. I don't know. Something about perfume too. Oh, jeez, I'm stuck. It is weird that they have no reaction to that. Am I just hovering around like sniffing on people? Should I just smell everybody? I'm going to smell everybody. Ask her what the man was doing to what that hasn't happened yet because we rolled back to an earlier save, Jeremy. But I will ask when we get there. Smell, doctor. Sniff, sniff. We're going to smell everybody. Name sounds familiar. Could she have been a patient of mine? I don't have anything to say about that. I see. I'm not a perv. It's for the game. It's for the mysteries. Some people have like cologne or stuff and you'll smell it. I'm gonna go smell everybody and everything I can. Sniff man. I sniffed the old man doctor too. I'm an equal opportunity sniffer. I'm smelling everybody. You gotta smell everyone here. Pet dog. It's a good boy. Who's a good boy? Smell dog. There's nothing to tell about her. Okay. Sniff, sniff. Professional fart huffer. I'm catching on to the clues here. That way, when the murderer, crop dusts the murder scene, I can be like, "It was you. I'd know that fart anywhere." Well, some people have they might have perfume or cologne or fancy like soaps or something. But this is cigar smoke, and I'm pretty sure if I examine this, smell Clarence, sniff sniff, examine Clarence. Okay. That's a big cigar. Smell cigar. Smell smoke. Sniff, sniff. Oh, I gotta smell the smoke. That means I got to go back and smell someone else's cigar. Nobody there. Got a nose for crime and harassment. You guys don't do that? You guys don't like, oh, hey. I want to warn you, Wilbur. Don't you dare go spilling beans on me. I won't do a thing like that, sweetie pie. My little medical problem was my own business and no one else's. See to it you keep quiet. Sure thing, whatever you say. No, come back. I need to smell you. Damn it. Where did she go? I've got to build my scent database here. I gotta go back and smell the old man's cigar. Would you like a drink? No, thank you. Sniff, sniff. Sniff, sniff. Gloria has a dreamy look on her face as she listens to the music playing on the Victrola. Is it a cigar that you're smoking? Same cigar. You don't have it. Examine cigarettes. Here's that Gloria has acquired a bad habit. Smell cigarettes. Sniff, sniff. Sniff, sniff. I don't know. Hasn't said anything like it smells like this or that. Let's talk to Gloria. Here's that Gloria is more in the mood to listen to music than talk to you. Okay. Well, I've smelled her, so. Hold on, we didn't smell the parrot. Let's smell the parrot. Dang it. What difference does it make? I don't know who she is, but I know who she is, but I have no information for you. You two-person here, young lady. Don't know anything about it. My business with Colonel Dijon is private, young lady. Bird makes too much noise. Really? Does he? Can I pet the parrot? Ow! Son of a bitch! No, you can't. You can't hit a bird. Arrgh! You don't get any response. Okay, I can't bite it. Smell parrots. Sniff, sniff. I don't know if that actually... Maybe that doesn't do anything. Maybe I'm completely wrong. Slap it. I'm sure the game doesn't have slap. How can I slap? I can't. That's how. It won't let me. Gotta find more people to smell. Sniff, sniff. Locked from the other side. Okay. Maybe that's where the secrets are. What's it? What's this room? Is it like a changing room? But why does only her space have it? What am I looking at in here? Examine room. The small dressing room. You notice a pile of clothes on the floor. Examine clothes. Smell clothes. This is terrible. Sniff, sniff. Okay. That was all it provided me. Do 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 do. Was it smoking earlier? Sniff, sniff. What difference does it make? No idea who Sarah is. Nothing about it. Pay attention to that old bird. Ask Rudy about tricks. It's for kids. Okay. You think it's bourbon. Smell, drink. Sniff, sniff. How would I know? Okay. Hey, you notice this? Let's look right here. Look carefully at the walls around you. You see nothing special about them. Do you notice, like, the break? There's like a line here. Y'all, I don't know if you can see that. Maybe it doesn't show up so clearly, but all of this, like, I don't know what you call that, the chair rail is like a solid piece, except for this door-sized line. Yeah, I think this is it, or at least one area, but I don't know how to access it. Like the lamp? All you see are kerosene lamps. Seems as if the kernel's too cheap to put in electric lights. Turn lamp. That is not clear. Push lamp. You can't do that. There's some mechanism. Old plain dresser. Okay. I mean, it would be weird if they're kerosene, like, you wouldn't really want to turn that because you would just dump it out. But, like, there's some mechanism to it. Let's go smell this guy's cigar. Smell smoke. Examine cigar. Here smells a small, nicely smoked cigar. Smell Henry. Sniff, sniff. I would feel real awkward if this doesn't do anything for me. Okay, well, we've smelled them. We smelled them. I spotted what I think is the entrance to the secret, clear secret passage, but I don't know how to open it. Maybe the game's just being obtuse, like, no, you can't see it yet. Okay, let me smell you. I'm just putting it in there to see if it's even like triggering something. Oh, I know who she is. She used to live here a long time ago. I think she died real young, though. Crouton. I think I've already asked all of these. Rudy's never paid much attention to me. He's always had his girlfriend's so-called high life. Mother is who she is, that's all. Phoebe's such a fake. I don't understand what Uncle Henry sees in her. Clarence Sparrow is nothing but a cheap swindler. I bet he cheats Uncle Henry out of a lot of his money. Ask Lillian about Doctor. I don't know why Uncle Henry keeps him around. Dr. Fields is nothing but a lecherous old quack. Cigar. I wouldn't know about it. Okay. Examine. Lillian. Your friend Lillian Prune, rebellious flapper like you. She's 20 years old, but unlike you, she has been known to hang out in speakeasies, smoke, and run around with several young men. She is assertive and outgoing to the point of obnoxiousness, but underneath it all, you believe her to be a lonely, insecure girl. Oh, the game does not understand insecurity. That's fine. Ask Lillian about... Hello, Undercast. Welcome in. I'm going around smelling people. Don't ask why. It's better not to know. How's it going? Welcome in. Who else do we got? Jeeves? I haven't asked about Jeeves. If you ask me, I think he's having a little fling with Fifi. I see. Ask Lillian about Gertie. Oh, I thought my Aunt Gertie was the biggest snob. Ask Lillian about... Who else is left? I don't think there is anyone else. About the dog. I love that old hound. Ask Lillian about Parrot. Oh, that's my uncle's parrot. He just dotes on that bird. About the garden. She probably doesn't know anything about it. What about it? Okay. Okay. I mean, outfit, Lil. Not particularly mother. Can I ask about the secret passage? I'll ask about the chute. Ask Lillian about chute. What difference does it make? Ask Lillian about secret passage. What about it? What do you mean, what about it? If someone was like, hey, what's up with the secret passage? And they just said, yeah, what about it? Does that mean like, does it mean that there is a secret passage? Smithson selling farts for clues. It probably won't even amount to anything. Gertie looks awfully tired. Perhaps you shouldn't bother her. Smell Gertie. Sniff, sniff. Look, this one has the same thing. Maybe it's just the drawing. Okay, maybe it isn't the secret passage with like these lines here. Because I also see a line over here. But there's got to be a secret passage because all of the paintings have like the phrasing. I cut out Act 2 and Jum knows nothing. I don't know nothing. I'm just talking to everyone, kind of getting the lay of it, but I've all I found is a bone and like just some bits and pieces. Examine Gertie. Gertie looks awfully tired. Perhaps you shouldn't bother her. Slap Gertie. Do. Here we go. Leave me alone, you cad! Poor Fifi. I imagine. I don't know what she's after. I've got her completely pegged. Slap Rudy. You have a violent intro. Okay. Ask Rudy about... No, okay, this game won't. We're using a little command. Yeah. In the entire room. I have looked at stuff. Examined also. Try the hallway. What am I looking at in the hallway? Oh, for like the secret passage. It's for an upstairs hallway. I looked at the chandelier. Oh, there's something over there on the floor. What's this? Looks like someone dropped a white handkerchief on the floor. I'm spelling it wrong, aren't I? Handkerchief. Okay. Okay. Examine handkerchief. Smell handkerchief. Sniff, sniff. Compare smells. So what? It might smell like somebody, and then because I've smelled everybody and built a smell database, I might find out who they are. You know, that's the idea. So your kerosene lamp seems the kernel is too cheap to put on electric lights. So I've been smelling people this whole time to get a sense of that. Smelling them, their cigar smoke, looking for their perfume smell. If they, you know, because they come in the room and it's like, it smells like a garbage dump. You know who else smells like a garbage dump? Gertie. That way you put it all together. The valuable clues. The game's not giving much to work with, but it lets me smell things. It doesn't tell me if I've actually smelled something. It just says sniff, sniff. I don't even know if I actually smelled anything. Something happened in here? A small table is lying open near a wide open window. Is that cigar smoke you smell? Smell smoke. The distinctive odor of cigar smoke permeates the air. Examine smoke? You see nothing special. Smell away. I mean, it just came up, and I thought for sure, like, if I went and smelled everyone's cigar smoke, it would be like, that's who cigar smoke it is. I don't know. I don't know if there is like there's anything to it. All right, let's see here. Do. Sort of, I'm looking at this. I'm just gonna look. Right quick. Colonel's Bequest. Cigar smoke. All right. It's not about clearance in your room. It's about clearance. Okay. I don't know if I smelled people properly. How do I notebook? Okay, notebook. I have a notebook. Is it keeping any notes? Is there a tell them about? Could I tell them about the ghost? Does that even? Is there a way to access the notebook? There was a notebook in. I'm thinking of the wrong game. No, not this window. I keep opening the wrong window. Is there a way to access the notebook? Because we have that notebook. Let's see here. Inventory. Let me just go to my inventory. Notebook and pencil. Examine notebook. Read notebook. You open your notebook and skim through the many notes and observations. Check notes. Okay. All right. Okay, room. Something happened in here? Examine room. We smell cigar smoke. Well, several people smoke cigars. Maybe it's not distinctive. Okay. Look out the window. Curiously, it peers through the open window into the darkness inside. Looking downward, you think you see something, but you can't make out any details. Did I see somebody running through it by the window before? Maybe I'm in here at the wrong time. Or maybe it was when I was leaving the room. There it is. Someone's walking outside on the second story veranda. Who could it be? Someone's wearing a witch hat. It's the same person who tried to stab me before. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Where is everybody now? Where is everybody? Check here. In this room? Because I got the chute. In the hallway you were just in. What am I checking? I don't know what exactly to look at or examine. It's the back hallway of the mansion upstairs. Examine. Not close enough. These cupboards? It's probably the only ones that didn't. Nothing important in here. Nothing important here. 2 dressers. Okay. Let's open the dresser. Do, 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 do. Two other armoires rest against the side walls. Examine armoire. Something you can do with them. Yeah, I looked at them. I opened them. I look at the other one. And it just says there's 2 of them. There's a little line here. Pull on the armoire. Surprise! You find the whole armoire opens to reveal a secret door. Right under her foot, there's this little line that I just caught. It's like 4 or 5 pixels. Scratch marks of where it moves. Found a small hidden room in the house. Well, damn. Picture. You don't see any pictures. Found a small hidden room in the house. Examine room. See 2 secret panels, 1 on each wall. Open panel. Secret panel closes behind you and leaves no trace. Oh, son of a bitch. I didn't save for a while, neither did I. What is it? Autosave? It's nothing. I gotta go around smelling people again. That's my fault for not saving more frequently. Smell smoke. Smell Henry. I'm just building my scent database here. That is interesting though. Okay, so but I don't know how to examine the look like spy through the paintings. Go smell people over here. Why they're not here? Weren't they there before? Which one download? I can't remember the command. You can. And there's something to it. Oh, do we already? Did it already start? I gotta find Fifi. Do, 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 do. I guess did I already... Oop. Pick it up. look at it? Okay. When did I... When did I save that? Okay. All right. Relabel saves. I thought the numbers would be clear enough. Just like how my images are just labeled with a number. I'm like, I'll know what it is. I never know what it is. Oh, fair on out. I don't think the smelling everybody is like that big of a thing. What is around there? Do. Pull the armoire. A hidden room in the house. What is it? Will the other one pull too? Upon examining the walls of the secret chamber, you notice two close-set holes in each of the two opposing walls. You can also see two secret panels, one in each wall. Look hole? There's nothing of interest in Gertrude and Gloria's room. Okay. Uh-oh. I'm about to get murdered here? What's going on? Uh-oh. Action. Let's open inventory. Notebook. Okay. Look at. Uh-oh. I think you saved earlier. Yeah, like just now. What's going on here? Do. It's something's funny with like the save. I was there. I went back there. This was a save like right before looking at the elevator. Maybe that's the problem. Oh, but I didn't see the ghost this time. Oh well. I think that's the only thing that's different is I didn't see the ghost. I'll find out like afterwards, like I've done so much wrong because I think we're already in the next act. There's nobody here. Do. Suitcase slice in the bed. Oh, yeah, slice on the right. Okay. Smell Lillian's luggage. Sniff, sniff. Okay. It just says whatever. It's only one bed. Examine the vanity. This kind of games are. Yeah. Or I'm just gonna move on. Ba-da-ba-ba-bow. And Crimson Diamond was like this too, where I got to the first stream and like, did I even learn anything? I mean, stuff had started to happen that. Leave me alone, you cad. Do. Let's pick this up. Let's go through the damn it. Take handkerchief. Not close enough. Take hand. Let's see if I can witness this murder here. I'm assuming it's a murder. I haven't gone downstairs, but I'm pretty sure she's been pushed out the window. I could be completely wrong. Let's go in here and find out. Let's look at the whole. Nothing of interest. Okay. See the colonel sitting in his room. Okay. Something happened in here? A small table is lying outside near the room. We'll open one. The cigar smoke you smell? Yep. The panel closes behind me and leaves no trace. There's a table knocked over. Several suitcases. Beds are big and lumpy. Gloria and Gertie. Okay. Okay, there's no details. All right, let's go downstairs. We're about to walk in on the colonel. What's up, dog? I'm in your walls. You can't stop it. Who could it be? Let's go upstairs. It's in your bit. Well, you're just gonna have to, you have to deal with it. You have to deal with having another person in the walls. Okay. I don't even know if she has perfume. It hasn't said anything. I'm just smelling away from some vague recollection of having to smell something. Examine Fifi. Fifi's permanent vanity. Talk to Fifi. Mademoiselle, excuse-moi, but you should not be in here. Ask Fifi about Rudy. I do, he is nothing but trouble. I love working for Henry. He is a wonderful boss. About murder. Would I know her? Ask about the garden. I'm just embrace being creep. I'm building my database of scents. It's important. I smell everybody. Maybe I shouldn't be smelling the dude's cologne. Do you think that's a thing? All it ever says when I smell anything is sniff, sniff. And I feel like I can put almost anything in there and it'll be like sniff, sniff. Does it mean I actually smelled it? I smell the couch. Sniff, sniff. Smell dog. Sniff, sniff. The dog's not in here. Smell clouds. Sniff, sniff. Smell shoes. Doesn't know what shoes is. Smell chair. Sniff, sniff. Smell armoire. Smell door. Sniff, sniff. Smell record. You don't have it. Oh, can I smell the bone? I have the bone. Sniff, sniff. Smell notebook. You can't do that. Why can't I do that? This is going nuts. It is going nuts. That's about the garden. I don't know anything about it. Okay. I'm out of here. Something happening. I don't know. No, the only thing that's happening is I'm trying to smell stuff, but I doubt that it actually works because I was up there, I'm nowhere near the dog, and I said smell dog, and it was like sniff, sniff. So I don't think it cares if I sniff anything. I don't think it matters. I think there's probably a body outside. I think the body hit the floor. I think we might have let it happen. What's this? One important tool a good detective uses besides asking questions of people is to selectively reveal information to them. Listen to response. If you tell Gloria about Fifi, you may receive additional information about Fifi or release what Gloria thinks of her. Honey, if you found any items you're confused about or like more information, try showing it to others. They may reveal more information about it to you. Thanks, Daddy. Okay. If I could find Gloria. There's Gloria. Tell Gloria about Fifi. It appears that Gloria is more in the mood to listen to music than to talk to you. Show Gloria handkerchief. Smell Gloria. Smell perfume. Gloria's perfume. Sniff, sniff. Ask Gloria about smell. What are you talking about? A narc? I am narking. What if I stop the record? Stop music. Take record. Unwind Victrola. Stop Victrola. So you don't have Victrola cabinet in the corner of the room. Okay, well she don't want to talk right now. That's fine. It's a dead body right there. This is the southwest corner of the mansion right outside the billiard room. Oh dear! It looks as if Gertie has accidentally fallen from her upstairs window and killed herself. Or was it an accident? Examine Gertie. Gertie's dead, all right. Look at Gertie. Smell Gertie. Don't walk away. Don't walk away. Examine body. Push body. It's pretty heavy. Why don't you go tell someone about her? It wouldn't taste good. Okay, that's fine. Tell Gloria about Gertie. Mother! Oh no, it can't be! But I'm just exploring the options. You're very mean. There's nothing there. What? What? No! What do you mean there's nothing there? Did you eat Gertie? Where's the body? Where is it? Examine ground. The ground's very wet and soggy from rainstorm earlier that day. It couldn't have gone far. These gentlemen were out here. I can't go on with this any longer. I must tell him about... Quiet. Let's go into the house to continue this discussion. Somewhere there's a body. Look in the window. Listen at door. Okay. Somebody dragged that body out. Somebody got it. You've come upon a ramshackle little playhouse. Hanging from a nearby tree, you see an old rope swing. Seeing these long ago playthings makes you wonder about the children who used to live here. Oh, it's a squirrel. Open door. Attempt to open the playhouse door. Discovered it's locked. Examine playhouse. Some playhouse that some long ago child played in. Children never had kids. That was the question. There's also a nursery filled with stuffed animals, but from who? Standing at the west side of the circular gravel driveway leading to the old plantation house. The playhouse. Yep. The south edge of the Bayou Island, an old road runs alongside the old plantation's front wrought iron fence. From here, you can see the west edge of the main circular driveway. It was a child, so was Gloria. But they're like, they're nieces. Like, I don't think they grew up here. Right? I guess maybe if his younger brother still lived here, but my understanding was like Henry bought this place. We don't really know the family history, but like I gotta ask them about it, but they don't seem to know anything about the place. You're standing at the south edge of the Bayou Island, looking towards the great old plantation house. An old road runs alongside the plantation's front wrought iron fence. What's that? Oh, it's a statue. What a wonderful view of the old plantation house. From here, you can almost imagine what it must have been like during its glory days. The statue appears to resemble the colonel in full officer's regalia. I'm gonna get struck by lightning out here. Standing at the east side of the circular gravel driveway leading to the old plantation house. It's an old well. There's an old deep well just off the driveway. It's going to tell me I'm not close enough, aren't I? You look into the well, but it's deep and dark. You can't see much. Hang on. Turn crank? Examine bucket. The leaky oaken bucket barely holds water. Okay, let's get out of here. I thought maybe there would be like, I don't know, a body in there. It's a likely place to stuff a body. Just throw it down the old well. And everybody gets sick as we're drinking a rotting corpse for weeks on end. South of the edge of the Bayou Island, the old road and fence have taken over by the flooding swamp water. The quaint gazebo looks like it was once a nice spot for quiet reflecting. Looking north, you see some tall hedges. But so it can be like Johnny Depp away from people. Yeah, there might be something else to it. Examine gazebo. Though now in despair, the old gazebo still looks peaceful and inviting. Okay. Bippity bop. I see a house over there. This is an odd-looking place. It seems to be a private little garden completely surrounded by a large hedge. You wonder why. This hedge garden is very strange. In the center, you see a small fountain where a nearby statue overlooks it. Perhaps at one time, this is someone's place of quiet contemplation. That looks like... Well, maybe that's just a shadow. But like it kind of looks like it moves. A statue of dancing nymph overlooks the fountain. I'm just going to save over it. That's fine. Can't push the statue. Will it do something for me? It'll probably fall on me. If I can even push it. Oh, yeah, push it. Push. Spot your bulging muscles. You cannot move the statue. Is this it looks like a button on the side here. Examine statue. Statue of a dancing nymph overlooks the fountain. All right, I don't know what this is. Or the base. Push button. It looks like a button there. Well. Right, it looks like something set in there. Maybe it's a keyhole or something, but my examinations revealed nothing. Let's go to this tiny house here. I should probably find somebody in the house to be like, I'm pretty sure Glory is dead, or Gertie is dead, and that the body has been moved somewhere. There's a poor but clean shack here at the edge of the old sugarcane fields. Nearby, you see a small chicken coop. The two chickens scratch and peck within their chicken coop. Smell chicken. It's playing wooden door. Open door. You're not close enough. I knew I was going to say that. Can't let the other victims know they're next. Well, especially if I'm like, there's a body somewhere. Discover it's locked. Knock on door. No answer. Okay. So this old rocking chair waits for her on the porch. Oh, okay, so this is Sully's shack. Is there anything more this way? Broken arch bridge crosses a large stream at the swamp's edge. I'm not doing that. I'm not going on that bridge. I'm not gonna get got by the swamp. I probably will be though. I'll just be walking along. Hey, there's a dog. Hey, doggo. Beauregard. Hello, Beauregard. Oh, Beauregard snoozes in his doghouse. Can I pet that dog? Pet that dog. It's a good boy. The dog's dish is empty. Appears to be a cellar door. Examine the ground. So the bone firm. I do. I'm saving it in my hour of need. I don't know where I need to be to open the cellar door. There we go. This must be the butler's room. Actually, it's not too bad considering it's down in the cellar. Jeeves is the colonel's imposing butler. Though you find him somewhat good-looking, he nevertheless gives off a disconcerting feeling of secretiveness. You've noticed that Jeeves generally keeps to himself and seems to talk in little more than monosyllables. You wonder about him. A box of crackers is sitting on the nightstand next to Jeeves' bed. I need those. Examine Jeeves. Jeeves lying in his bed. He must be trying to take a nap. Take crackers. Ask Jeeves if you can have crackers. He nods his head in approval. Ask Jeeves. Ask Jeeves about Google. Ask Jeeves about Bing. Ask Jeeves about AI. Ask Jeeves about Fifi. Kindly leave my room. Good day to you, sir. Get out. I gave you my crackers. That's the only food I get for a month. Uh-oh, clock's ticking. Step out of the working class butler. Nah, child. Ain't no use getting yourself upset. Things that way of working themselves out. Oh, silly. But it just doesn't seem right. What doesn't seem right? What are you talking about? Oh, hi, Laura. Smell Lillian. Smell Lillian's perfume. She has... Smell Sally. Smell Sally perfume. Okay. Ask Lillian about... I don't know. Sarah. I think she was a little girl who used to live here during the Civil War. I've noticed some of her things in the playhouse. Ask Lillian about Crouton. I wish I could have known them. I often gaze for hours at their graves. Tell Lillian about Gertie. Can't be true, Laura. I'll go see. Be like nothing there. I'm just trapped here waiting. A short time later. Oh, you're just imagining things, Laura. Watch Gertie up in bed. I just have the night terrors and it makes me fall out of bed. I don't know about that girl. Too long ago. Okay. What are you guys talking about? And go man, talk about someone right in front of them. What you want, Laura? I just want to know what you're talking about. I guess we'll go. What am I doing these days? Oh, Mother. something's up with them, but you know, they don't want to talk about it. That's fine. I'm gonna crawl up on the outside while I'm back in bed. She's somewhere. Hey, look, it's that chute again. Examine wall. Small door. Open door. Closed door. Okay. That has to go to the cellar then. But where else would the body go? You know? Someone dragged it somewhere. Damn, I'm just cooking through the time here. I'm missing a lot of stuff, I bet. Oh, there's someone walking outside. I'll find you. Who are you? Who are you? There's no one. Let's go to the garden. They can't have gone far with the body, right? Like also like, well, I guess it was like wet and the grass is slick, and that might help make it like a slip and slide, like sliding Gertie's body around. But you think it would be like difficult for someone to get rid of the body that quickly. Oh, it's the kitchen. Yeah, somebody moved it, but who and where? Damn it, we're already in Act 3. Everything all right, Gloria? Suppose, darling. Let's just get on with this game. I hate the way she sachets around here like she's a queen bee or something. I know my own brother, darling. Show Gloria Hanker. Chief. Well, it's not mine. Okay. There's got to be a secret passage down here, too. What's down from here? Yeah, I don't... Let's go back upstairs, I guess. Bequest that you all like and subscribe. What's up, Anadona? How you doing? Oh. Yeah, clock is ticking here. I'm not doing so great. I'm not doing so hot. I wasted a lot of time trying to smell everybody for reasons, scientific reasons that will probably amount to nothing. Let's give this parrot some crackers, even though I'm pretty sure that's actually not good for them, but I don't know. Give parrot cracker. Give a cracker to the parrot. She's after me. I'm so afraid. Talk to parrots. I want a cracker. Do I have more crackers? Give parrot cracker. Cracker. Okay. Good night. Simply vibing. Apparently our AC is broken. It's leaking onto our downstairs neighbors. I got a loud fan going. Oh, geez. That's not good. What is it leaking? Well, I guess hopefully not leaking coolant, because that's bad. But I also just be like, the drain line is like clogged and it's just overflowing. Just water. I had that in a place I was renting that the landlord would never fix anything, but he would reimburse me for fixing things. And I wrestled with our air conditioner for like a good solid hour because the drain line was clogged with algae. And it's supposed to, there's like a drip pan that fills with water and then it goes up this drain line, but the line was just like backed up, so the water was just flowing out into the hallway in the adjoining room. It was great. It was great stuff. Well, hopefully they fix it soon. Boy, this is gonna be over before I know it. Oh, I'm past out of time now. This ain't for you, kid. Who, me? Who me? I'm the kid? Ask about Gertie. Something's going on. Clarence suddenly looks your way. It doesn't appear that he wants anything to do with you. Look, I found a body. She shoots an angry look at you. It's obvious he's no mood to gab. Okay, well, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go now. Somebody died. Look, I can go spy on them too. I could do that. Like, I found the body. I can't convince anybody, like, hey, they're dead. We'll tell Henry about it. You ain't pulling the wool from my eyes, young lady. Okay. No, that's fine. That's fine. I wonder who else is dead at this point. I'm getting out of bad luck, I guess. I'm just wandering around and like wherever I have chosen to go is just like the wrong area. I never really got this. Fifi, I'm gonna talk to Fifi. I'm gonna try and spy on those two. If this one I assume does the same. Yep, it does. Secret door. Okay. Hey, what's this? This is like a cane. An old cane lies on the floor. Examine cane. Take cane. It's mine now. Look hole. Who's the so-called director that Glory's seeing now? Why I ought to punch his lights out for getting between me and my gal. Gloria was never your gal. Just because she went out with you a couple times, you thought you owned her. Well, I got news for you, buddy. My sister doesn't need to settle for the likes of you. As a matter of fact, you are nothing but a mere dalliance for her. Dalliance, ha! Why, you're the one who can't make a commitment to anyone. You're just trying to sink Gloria down to your lousy level. You ain't good enough to kiss the ground she walks on. You're nothing but a low-class jerk. Stab him. Quit butting in between me and Gloria. This is none of your business. I'll handle it the way I want, and I won't be asking your permission. I'm warning you, Jack. If I see you near my sister again, I'll cut you up in little pieces and feed them to the dog. Got it? Isn't he looking like right at me? He knows. Look at this hole. Nothing of interest. Okay. Let me just exit the secret passage in a way that nobody will notice. Do. All right, let's go to Fifi. Where's Ethel at? I haven't seen Ethel. Lillian's mother. Here it is again. Stop it. Leave me alone. Get out of my room now. You'll regret that, you little vixen. Maybe I need to tell Henry about this. Maybe he'll put a stop to it. Talk to Fifi. Let me rest. Okay. Okay. Body in those clothes, probably. Do. Let's go back in the secret passage. A small room in the house. Smell room. You notice a faint aroma of perfume. Ooh. Okay. Well, there's perfume. I guess smelling everybody didn't really pay off because she doesn't seem to know whose perfume. There's nothing of interest in the Colonel's room. Okay. Like the little breathing animation. Yeah, their little sleep animations are endearing. Oh, the artwork in this is nice. Eat the painting. Because it's a horse. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, where could he have gone? Where could he be? Maybe he's in the bathroom. Where else could he be? Nowhere, that's where. The doctor's bag is gone. The elevator is still here. Yeah, but the elevator's here right now. Oh. I didn't mean to get in that. You don't have it. Ride elevator. Examine elevator. It's an Odyssey newfangled elevator. Okay. No, go down. Of course. Clearly. That's how you use an elevator. Something looks wrong here. A chair has been knocked over and there are signs of struggle on the floor. Damn it, more bodies. Crank it. Laura, crank the elevator. Boom, 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 boom. Well, something happened here. Uh-oh. Fireplace poker has been dropped on the library floor. You wonder how the small pink feathers got on the floor. They look like they may have come from a pillow or a feather boa. Take feathers. Take feathers. Okay. Examine poker. Okay. Look at poker. You don't have it. Take poker. Not close enough. So you retrieve the fireplace poker. Your eyes happen to fall upon some small pink feathers scattered upon the floor. Yeah, I saw those. Examine poker. It's a poker. Okay. So maybe that's bad. I don't see any blood, just see some stuff there. I think didn't Gloria have a feather boa? Play poker. Alexa, play poker face. Oh, ask me to sing this song. Nobody here. Something happened here. Did he throw his body in the fire? That would be funny. I mean, that'd be grisly. Not so funny. More dead people. That no one will believe me. Because I missed the murder. The gun's still in the case. So, like, there's that person. They're outside. They're wandering around. There's something transpiring here. Hell if I know what it is. Well, I mean, there's murder. Murder's happening. I really don't have to wonder about that. Who was it? The doctor was in here, hanging out. Someone killed the doctor, took his doctor bag. They probably threw them all in the swamp. Who's dragging these bodies around? Who's strong enough to drag these corpses? I mean, tell you, like, an adult human body is not like, it's not like carrying around a Twinkie, it's got a lot of weight to it. We don't know nothing about their diet or anything like that, but mirror. Can I get around the mirror? Oh! You push on the oval mirror and to your astonishment, find the mirror opens to reveal a secret door. Bum, 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 bum. Can I spy on people now? I'm going to smell this room. A faint or aroma of perfume. Okay. Damn it, nothing in here. What about this one? There's gonna be nothing in here either. Okay. If I'd known this is here, I could have spied on Lillian and find out what she's complaining to Sully about. Or I could have caught the murders as they happened, maybe. Probably not. More secret doors. Smell room. Wait, did that say? Yep. And yet, whose perfume? I'll not know. It's just Gloria listening to the Victrola. Okay. Last time I went with her, she was just listening to music. She was just vibing to the music. She didn't want to talk to me. Examine boa. It's a beautiful feather boa Gloria's wearing. Tell Gloria about feathers. You think that interests me? Ask Gloria about boa. I wouldn't know about it. Smell Gloria's perfume. Sniff, sniff. Examine Gloria. Gloria's alone in the billiard room listening to her favorite songs. Tell Gloria about Doctor. You care about that old codger? Okay. All right. There's a doings of transpiring somewhere here. Where's the old man? Standing in front of the old plantation house right by the front door. Things have gone horribly awry and like everyone's gone missing. And I feel like wherever I've been is where things, haven't been happening. Let's go down in the cellar and see if people have been shoved down the chute or something. But they would have to get back in the house. You know what I'm saying? Like, it makes more sense to just chuck them all in a swamp. Check on Jeeves. That's where I was headed. Because I'm pretty sure that's where the chute lands. Here we go. Bump, 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 bump. There's the chute in several sections. What is this? Jeeves' toilet. Yeah, this one. Go upstairs. Ask Jeeves about chute. Kindly leave my room. Examine room. Okay. They look like doors to you? That looks like doors to me. Examine wall. A portion of the back wall looks different than the rest. It appears to have been bricked up. Examine bricks. It's a brick wall. Use poker. Use poker on bricks. Push wall. You can't do that. Pull wall. You can't do that. Push bricks. You can't do that. Break bricks. Hit bricks. Poker bricks. Not understood. Ask Jeeves about bricks. Please leave. Tell Jeeves about Henry. I'm tired. I don't want to converse. Tell Jeeves about Doctor. Well, I'm pretty sure the chutes are all behind that brick, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to find dead bodies behind there, possibly. Somebody else is bricked up. Silas, no. Is she in her shack now? Can I ask her to gossip about my friend with me? Open door. Knock on door. Just a sec. I knew she was home because it didn't tell me the door was locked. It said it's rude to go in. Hold on, she's got to hide all the dead bodies. What you want, Missy? Ask Sally about Lillian. I ain't got time for you right now, Missy. Excuse me. Look in the window. Okay. some damage. I refuse. It's a video game. Open chicken coop. Nope. I think at this point I could just consider this like a failed run. Like I know I missed so much stuff. I can't find anybody. I can't get anybody to talk to me about anything. I know like probably 3 people are probably dead right now. Like Henry's elevator was at the top. Maybe it just goes back up. I don't know. There's that person walking around outside, but if I go outside, they ain't going to be there. I don't know why they just keep circling the mansion. I feel like smelling the people had some benefit, but I may not have been doing it properly. Because if the space smells like perfume, then smell feathers. Sniff, sniff. Smell room. Sniff, sniff. But like it never says like, you know, oh, it smells like this. So I don't know if it's actually, because I threw in like all kinds of stuff that was like the dog that wasn't in the room. My Vivi, she was putting on it. Yeah. So there's like the feather boa, and Gloria's got a feather boa. Like they're all kind of suspects here. Body could be in there. There's that closet upstairs too. I'm gonna look at that, and then I'm gonna wrap it up. Boom, boom, ba-doo. Don't want to get crushed. Don't get crushed. All right. Open door. Just an empty closet. Okay. Lillian was in the kitchen, and now she's gone. Her mother's gone. Where the hell is everybody? Where did they all go? Is everybody dead? Ethel's gone. Lillian's gone. Henry's gone. The doctor's gone. Gertie's gone, but we saw Gertie's dead body. And it's gone now. No one's there. This is like when you're playing like Goose Goose Duck and like nobody's been reported for a while. And you just have that feeling that like, is everybody else dead now? Is everybody dead? Is that where we're at? He's there. Get up there. All these locked doors. She's in here. Salmon. Appears to be an attic door. Okay. Can I open it? It's locked. Locked from the other side. It's locked from the other side. How the hell did you get in there? How did you get in there? It's locked from the other side. Oh, it's not a great feeling at all. Like, oh, this is interesting. I'll go to the next room, and then it advances like like 2 acts. Like, oh, I found nothing. I've gained nothing. I think everybody might just be dead. They might be wandering around outside, I guess. Maybe. No, I'm the only person who can't get the money. No, she's not. She's not in the room. All right. I guess I will save here. Yeah, I don't know. I'll be back with this next week. I will absolutely have to start it again. It's just my usual luck. Whatever choice I made was the wrong choice. It was the incorrect choice. It's very unfortunate. I had fun. I'm interested in it. I want to get it. I want to sort out what's going on and like where I am to be going. It is a little bit rough. It's rougher than the Crimson Diamond was. The Crimson Diamond had stuff going on like pretty much just anywhere. So I didn't often feel like I was completely lost. I feel like I'm completely lost. Like I'm wandering around. I must not be looking at the right things or going in things the right time. Now that I know like the secret passage is there, I can go in there and see if I witness something happen or spy on people during different times when I walk into their conversation. I could just spy on them instead and figure out what's going on from that. Comes Diamond Maze to get through. Yeah, there's something to be said for that. This is one of those like, you know, they've kind of learned from this stuff. I'm still interested in it, but I knew I planned on starting like streaming this like a couple months ago, and I kept putting it off because it was like, am I in the mood to like flounder around and get lost and not solve the mystery over and over again? And I finally am like, I'm in that mood. I'll do it, but hopefully it's not too boring watching me like walk back and forth from room to room, like smelling people and trying to figure out where the wheelchair man went. Because he didn't go down the elevator. I'll tell you that much. But we'll be back for more of this next week, along with some other games. I will be back on Friday for a game. You'll have to wait and see till Friday what it is. But don't go anywhere just yet, because right now it's time for Snow Bros. I'm getting close to the end of this. Look at a shadow. Just show it is. It's really it's an interesting game, but I'm just like, what do you want from me? I'm gonna have to take a lot more serious notes, I guess, than what I have. I've just like made like some small minor notes, but the notes on like, what order do you go through rooms and where are they and what do I ask people about? Do they have anything to say? Who do I smell and what do I smell? Label my saves, that too. I need something better than it was here. Oh Jesus, no. Okay, I gotta reload that. The guy's coming for me. Oh! I got him. Come over here, you. I want that candy. You ain't getting me. There we go. I didn't hit anybody. I hit one person with that. Get him! Oh, yeah. Give me that potion. I wish it was the red one. Up in the Pielands. Let's just see what this is next time. But not too bad. Not too bad. We're slowly but surely I think it's just like 2 more streams and we'll be at the final boss. And we'll see. We'll see if I can make it. All right, I lost like the 1 life I gained. There's no more lives to be gained between here and there. So then I may be on the boss for a while because I have to beat him without dying at all. It's not too bad. It's not too bad. But I'm not that good. So it balances out in the worst way. Let me see who is around. I must have the hardest time navigating this because I end up looking at people's streams that are like always over. They're already over. It's too late. There's Bezel, like Beelzebub. She's very cool. She drew some art. I commissioned some art for her. Should put that on there. That I haven't used very much, but I wanted to put it up in the office. It's like the corporate portrait. It was very nice. Very nice. She's playing Earthbound. Blind playthrough is on. This is stream number 6 for it. Pop in and check out B. B's very cool. I will be back on Friday for a game, and it is an NES game. I'll tell you that much. And then Sunday again for Wizardry. You probably see my post in the Discord about Wizardry and my trepidation about finishing that, but I could be finishing it this week. You never know. You never know. But yeah, thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out with me as always. And I hope you'll stop back again for the next one. Oh yeah, Repo Friday. So, Friday. Did I say tomorrow? I said Friday. But hopefully I've been saying Friday. I'm too used to saying tomorrow. It's going to be Friday. Friday, normal time. This time I'll be playing a game. And then in the afternoon, evening, I will be playing Repo with Anna Delna and the gang. So make sure you stop in for that. All right. Thanks as always for hanging out with. Thanks for watching. Hope you stop back for the next one. Until that time, have a great rest of your day, everybody. So long. Bye-bye.